it? Is there a tats in chat? Yeah, I was losing like 100% of frames, and like it started with like a very small 26% of frames, then 100%, and then 60%. I'm like, I've
Are you losing any frames now?
It doesn't seem like it anymore. Looks like it's doing okay.
Cool.
God, that was confusing and astounding.
That was scary.
That was scary. Yeah. So unfortunately, Tats, it is no longer going to be the best looking Ace Attorney game.
Back to DS resolution, baby.
DS, baby! I legit had to turn it down completely. I'm so sorry. Anyway, so I think he was saying that his name was Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Let me just try to press T to open history, please. There we go. Yeah, my name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second year student at the Imperial Yume University. I see. I'm saying even the Japanese parts in his British accent. Unfortunately, oops.
It's valid.
Naruhodo Ryunosuke. I know how to say. Naruhodo. So.
Nice. We got the joke out of the way. Good.
There we go. Good. So. All right. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Horrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Insanity. Now here I am, awaiting my trial. I actually have to turn the game down even more in I'm like not even joking when I say that I legit I'm pretty sure that this is about as loud as you are, and I have you at like 100 and something% in Discord, by the way. And I've got this down to 5% in volume mixer. This game is fucking loud. It's now down to 3%. That should be better, because it definitely is not as loud as you anymore. Again, here you are. Let me check what my settings are for Luca. Let me check. How do I do that? How do I do that? If I could, do I have to do this? No, I don't want to hide. There we go. Yeah, you are at 163% on Discord, and at 5% of my computer volume, Great Ace Attorney was as loud as you.
Cool.
Here I am, awaiting my trial, because we keep going through the fucking settings to making sure this game works.
We're gonna play now. Let's go. Lots of nerve.
I bet this is the friend though. That's my guess. Do you want to do the friend? Be the friend?
Sure.
I don't remember what he sounded like.
You're not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer.
Oh, damn, the pixelation is strong with this one right now. I feel so bad. Oh no, I've ruined this game.
It looks okay on stream, don't worry.
Should I try and change the resolution up by 1%?
Don't touch it.
I'm gonna save just in case. You never know.
Oh, cool! It's the 3DS version. Damn, they made the 3DS version look good.
I'm gonna to be fair, there were 4 settings of resolution. I was at the maximum before, and now I'm at the lowest. So I can go up 1, and I should be okay. I'm gonna go 1, just 1. I want this game to look at least a little bit better. It didn't do that much, but you know what? I don't think it changed anything for me. Fuck. It did change the game on stream though.
Squish.
Trying to just fix it again. Okay, look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely fucking beautiful. If I could just get this to stop selecting things. Whatever, fuck it, it's fine. Did you read that one? Sorry, I just was too focused on the pixels. Oh no. You're right, don't touch anything. I'm gonna fix that.
And who are you?
I'm just gonna change it back down. Because I noticed now I'm getting issues again already, and I'm like, I have to change it back down, and I'm sad. It wasn't that big a change anyway, so it's worth it. Sorry, there we go, we fixed it. You read that one quickly enough, it's fine.
I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today.
A lawyer?
The voice you give.
Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue.
Technicalities. Look at you. You're doing graduate today.
And yet, I still seem to know the better of you than how court officers should behave. Nailed
This is
it.
a good lad.
Right, 3 Nesege. Got it in 1.
Close enough. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry.
What are you apologizing to me for?
He is a good boy. Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry.
There you go again, apologizing. Just like always.
Ah,
Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. The Shinbuns, I call them.
the Shinbun. Shinbunda.
Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by a student.
Wait, doesn't Yume University mean famous university?
Yes. Nice.
I'm so glad to be like bilingual for this game specifically. Not that I know every word, obviously, but you know.
Good pickup. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, do you? Did you?
Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Imagine committing murder. Damn.
Then there's nothing to worry about. Chin yourself up. Hold your head high.
You mean?
I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryusuke.
What an absolute lad. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer, impressive considering he's still an undergraduate.
It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet.
You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly.
Spoiler alert, Ryusuke is a psychopath and is actually the killer in every case.
Amazing. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last.
I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day.
Is it now? I see.
Eyes emoji.
Ernest did it. He'll fucking do it again.
Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court.
So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. Not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. What? Huh? I guess, you know what, sure. I guess maybe he means literally like a temple dedicated to him that has a mysterious aura around it. Anyway, whatever. It's fine.
Was that? I think they meant that his like weird headband is actually like flowing in the wind. I don't know. I want to
That's temples, though. That's the problem. But anyway, go for it.
I want to bring about change in our legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes.
The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Always flying. Yeah, no, I believe that. He's got like air, wind blowing all around him because he's an absolute legend.
Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. By the way, I sound British despite being Japanese. It's interesting.
It's because they would have learned from British English teachers in... I mean, like, it's canon anyway that they sound British. But
that is the... I'm basing my voice off the trailer.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm pretty sure that's, like, their canon, what they would have sounded like speaking English. Maybe. That's my guess. I don't know. I'm guessing. Guesstimating. If only it were that simple.
Oh dear. Look at the time. I'd better get going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner.
See, they learn English, and most likely they'd be learning English from a British teacher.
True.
That's my guess. So they're learning British pronunciation. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. I'm assuming this is the girl, but whatever. I have a word. Is it the girl? Oh, it's the guy and the girl. This guy that I don't know and the girl.
Mystery man. Professor, I didn't know you were coming.
Oh, I want to voice the girl. I'll be honest, but still. Do you want to do the professor, or do you want me to do it? Because I can do it.
Sure, do it. Why do you want to do it?
Because I mean, especially because you're gonna have the judge. Because that's just
True. A staple.
the staple.
Take him.
Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers.
To His Excellency's chambers? Why?
He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel like I'm going to end up taking way too many voices, but no, you're going to take prosecutors as well, so it's fine. This is balanced. This is all good. We're figuring it out. We're getting through this, I believe. You also have Herlock. I believe in you. If you want. If you want.
Okay,
if you want. If you want. It's actually, I can actually do that if you want, but it's up to you. Just because
Let's see how it balances out.
Yeah, I have a feeling that we won't see him later. I don't know why. I'm probably wrong, but I might not be. So, in order to balance out him not being around, Herlock might be. Anyway, let's keep doing it. I feel as though I've seen him at university before. We'll do it.
I see. I'll go at once then.
I shall accompany you. I don't know. I need to figure out her voice.
Right.
A bit.
This is just the typical case.
Yeah.
Pretty quick.
Yeah. Herlock won't be here. We don't meet him until Britain.
Shit. All right then. Ryunosuke. I'm just gonna Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke.
All right then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in courtroom. Got it.
Yes. Thanks, Kazuma.
Cool. Cool animations.
A 3-hour case? Oh boy, that's fun.
Damn it. That'll take us most of the stream then.
That'll take us to stream. Yeah, we can do it. I believe in us. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Inosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikutoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikutoba. Mikotoba, I don't know. Mikotoba. I gotta hear the pronunciation from the girl in the trailer, because it's her name as well, I'm assuming. Sounds like, I think so. I'm assuming. I'm pretty sure I remember her saying words. There we go. Imagine knowing how to speak English, let alone Japanese as well.
Language?
Damn. Managing. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. Yeah, Susato Mikotoba. That's right.
Nice.
As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me all about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Yeah, I believe that. Oh.
Can't wait to learn more about these games.
As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that the permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? What? As I suspected, you are unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? It's actually impressive, though, that he's just like, I'm going to put it all on the line for my bestie. Because, that's cool. Yeah. My best friend, they said that. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I already need a drink of water, damn. Excuse... Huh? Case 15, okay. I thought you were going to say, is that like an actual spoiler for one of the cases that you just, like, unloaded in chat? Because, like... I would have screamed at you, I'll be honest. Just a little bit. I don't believe it. Ah, throat. I need water for sure, but I'll get it later. It's fine. I'll just let my throat burn a little bit. It sounded too real when I said yeah, because there's like 8 cases. Yeah. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Oh. But then, what should I do? Well... Naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not.
Defendant.
Oh no.
Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
The animations are brilliant though, I love them. Even at like pixelated bad resolution that I have to play
All
at.
there. You don't need any pixels.
They're all the pixels are there, look at that. Look at them pixels. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. The
What?
I do is, do you agree to defend yourself?
Holy shit.
Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours.
What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
Damn. Belief. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. 1 and 2. What? Get it? Because Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2, Destiny also is 2. Anyway, explaining
Nailed
the
it.
joke. Explaining the joke makes the joke funny. That's how that works, as you know. That's very important.
That is step 1 of humor. Bye!
Bye! Come on, there it is.
Let's go. Let's see what's in the courtroom.
Number 2.
Oh,
Look at his eyes. So this is a courtroom. Not funny. Didn't laugh.
yo, sweet. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power.
Judicature or judicature? That's the question.
I'll leave that as an exercise for the reader.
You're the reader.
Anyway.
Tats' joke is too funny, I'm sorry.
I skimmed it, I didn't see the last word.
I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Yeah, that is actual uniforms.
The powers have demanded that this be a secret trial.
The powers that be have demanded it. Powers that be
be.
mean the lords.
Oh, no.
The lords of Komura, as you know. They run Japan at this time. No, they don't. That's a lie.
What?
A secret trial?
A trial that's close to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend.
I see, I see. What? But why?
It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin.
Ryunosuke. Yes!
Oh.
Yes!
Yes!
We got a pain boy.
Reveal.
Yeah, feel free to do like a different voice for this guy, and then yeah, whatever you think works. But yeah, Ouchie. Wait, are you telling me his name is fucking Ouchie? Oh my god, I'm excited.
Oh
yes!
Fucking genius.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
This is the defense.
I just realized you've accidentally taken like all
I've
the
accidentally
three.
taken-
You try pointed yourself. Do you want me to take the judge or something in the meantime, or?
I think things are gonna change. I mean, it sounds like Ryunosuke is gonna become the 20.
Plus, the rest of the game, or at least most of the rest of the game, takes place in Britain. So, because that's one thing I learned from that video I mentioned earlier, was that it's like the first case is here in Japan, and then the rest of the game is in the other place, because apparently that's like how Leighton was done. Like it's the same thing as Leighton in that regard. So yeah, we'll see.
If you want to take the judge, that's fine.
Okay, I can take the judge for this case at least. You know,
Okay.
all the trilogy references use Japanese names. Okay, that's good. All right, I'll take the judge for the meantime then.
Yeah.
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. Get into both games. Okay, so there's 2 cases set in. Okay, cool. Oh wait, do you mean both games in this game and Leighton? Because I don't know. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Do we do it? Do we do it?
I guess the game wants us to. Irrigatory, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will be advocating
for his defense. Amazing. What's the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What a time.
What are you playing at, Ryunosuke?
Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial.
He did what?
Seishiro Jigoku. I don't know the reference, unfortunately. You're gonna have to explain that one to me in the text in the chat. That's the one. He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose.
How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off.
No, it's not that really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you...
Yes.
Fair.
I knew that's how you'd feel. Just exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well.
I want to know his full name. I just need to know it. I just love this. There's something about...
Chihuahua or something.
Oh, Chihuahua.
Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, yes, exactly. God, the animations are actually brilliant. What the fuck? This is so
Yeah.
good. Just
much
little
detail.
things that just do so much.
This is great.
Exactly what I wasn't thinking. The court record when you get access to it? Alright, excellent. But I'm not confident at all. There it
Oh, the
is.
classic.
There it is.
Oh.
My mind's a complete blank.
I realize you're on charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, he must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
My guess is that says guilty.
That would be, yeah, that would check out.
That makes sense. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Defendant understood. Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? I'm pretty sure I'm very incompetent. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure he's way more competent than, you know.
I've been at it. Yeah. I just pretend I didn't see that.
I'm scared. What was it? Yeah, okay, yeah, I just didn't want to mention it. I just didn't want to mention it.
Look, I'm glad we got to talk about it though.
Yeah. Wait, I didn't want to say a damn word.
Well, gotta put some in China.
Oh no. No, how dare you. How so very double dog
For
there.
everybody to enjoy.
Disappointing. Anyway.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah! That's what I was waiting for this whole time.
Why are they not talking? He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. Oh, shit. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. Yeah, this is like the first game all over again. I love it.
For real.
What was it again?
Rinasuke. Just me guess. Your mind's gone blank?
You know me so well.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But I can't even find that.
It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. A4. It's in the game. If you ever find yourself forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
No, ECR. Court record. It's in the game.
You can also just click.
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 I just have to press E for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose.
This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back.
Taketsuchi Ouchi.
Okay.
Taketsuchi Ouchi. I don't know. It would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. Victim John H. Wilson, a visiting professor of medicine. Okay. God, I really hope that he's not the guy who did it, though. We'll see.
He's my suspect.
Yeah. I mean, he's the only other person in the list. Maybe it was Ouchie who did it. I believe it. Imagine.
Is that right? Cool. So remember, everything you do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now.
Yes!
I'm
Press
so
the
glad.
B button. Punch.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. John Watson. Oh no.
Oh! No way.
Oh my god, I think Dr. Watson is dead. But that's good. I'm glad that presenting people is a thing again because they stopped making that a thing in like 5-ish.
Hey, come on, I'll present people.
Yeah. Present this individual.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to UMA University 3 years ago.
I love also that you what's the word? That you've still got the exact Pain voice as well, with the American accent and everything.
Yeah,
because like
I can't imagine how to do it.
Exactly. It's just like I can't imagine how you would make that same thing, but in British. So it's just like I love it. Just that one slight inaccurate and whatever. I just don't care.
Yeah.
I love it. It's just too good to not you know what I mean, to fight.
No, are you serious? That's crazy.
You're joking.
Holy shit, that rules.
That's actually bonkers. What the fuck? Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. Oh no.
It's okay, I believe you.
Yeah, only DM it. Do not publicly share it, probably, maybe, to be safe. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations.
There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
AJTFN.
Yes, it rolls off the tongue like swords off something.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not?
It's true. Oh.
You're a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
There's lots of sprites and animations in this game. It's so good.
I'm loving it.
But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. How are they going to support us in our war against the Russians in 1901 or whatever?
1901, yes.
The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter.
In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers.
The game just saved. Oh, I just saw
You're
it.
convenient and expendable scapegoats to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has those unusual peculiarities, isn't it?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible.
Yes,
Oh,
there is
cool.
autosave. Yeah, I that's why I said that. Because there was an autosave thing at the start. I saw it. It's good.
All because the victim was an Englishman.
Oh my god, I have been DM'd. I have been DM'd the school.
School real?
Oh my god. The school is real. This is incredible. Oh my god. Just in the preview you get above the thumbnail image, thanks to Discord doing that, I can actually read for sure that someone Holmes is the current principal.
That's amazing.
I didn't want to say the real first name, but you know, there is a Holmes. He must have made himself right at home. I'm so sorry. Victim was an Englishman, he said. I believe you already said it, so... Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. Now he's fucking dead, but still. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going.
Is this guy the ancestor of Miles Edgeworth?
Oh, that's a good call.
Oh
yeah.
my god, that's pretty. That's a thing. That sure is a thing, to be honest. Damn.
There's no way you wouldn't call him Dr. Watson, though. Surely. There's like no reason not to. It just sounds so cool.
If he's a doctor. That's true. They don't share a last name, but it's, you know. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer.
Well, that's fair.
Oh, we both clicked add at the same time, but yours stuck and mine didn't. Damn.
Good idea. After all, it's not like every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then. Partner?
Aye, but... That's my guess, because that's what I want to hear.
Yeah,
Partner. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think.
It is. It is incredible to think.
Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table.
Oh.
Introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. The question is, are we going to say Herlock or Sherlock? That's the real question.
Oh, we're going with Sherlock.
Okay. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this Professor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. I thought it's this game. I'm assuming that's postmortem report. Loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the body. I see. The cause of death. Well, obviously that was,
Inosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence.
by evidence, but how?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Do it now.
Yes! Well... Yes! Well, I fell in well. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
This is an incredible animation.
Let her read, you imbecile. That's post-mortem report. I take it.
Sorry, yes. That's right, the, post-mortem report.
In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws his conclusions that way.
Really? Really, Japan? If that's like an
Japan.
actual way that it was, then... Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
Oh, you will.
This so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime is here in my hands.
Good painting. Sorry, good ouchie.
You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
It's true. Get more details if you examine it. Excuse me? I can examine. I love it.
Printed on nice paper.
Male and British. Pectoral ballistic trauma.
My name is Dr. Wilson, and I'm here to say I'm male and British in a major way.
Sing a bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage for pectoral ballistic trauma. That doesn't rhyme. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. You're in too much of a Marlon Rhymes mood.
True.
Marlon's rhymes.
Can't blame me.
shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
I'm retweeting this comment.
That's the key to being a
Retweet.
great ace attorney. You literally tweet it. I'm gonna just...
I retweeted it.
Hang on, I'm taking an actual... Oh, fuck me. It did the screenshotting thing stupidly. Hang on, I'm trying to... Here we go. I'm gonna take a screenshot of your comment as it shows up in my thing, and then I'm just gonna put that to Luca real quick, and then I'm gonna tweet this later. This is for tweeting later.
Lovely. You've become tweet material.
There you go.
Congratulations.
And I'm just sending it to you as well, just so you can vet whether or not I'm allowed to do that, because it's like you said, you know. Have you actually tweeted it? Because I can't tweet it. I closed my browser to make sure that the game would actually run at a frame rate of higher than 1. Did not pass through the victim's body. Did not pass. He did not pass a bullet.
Oh.
Good, because that would be painful.
Yep. Love to think about that.
Well, sure, whatever, fine. Fine, sure. I'll look at it later, just not now. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Modernist modernity. Ha 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 ha! Incredible.
Some kind of photograph.
Look at this photograph. Every time I see it, it makes me laugh.
It gives me the jilly willies.
The Jilly Willies. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. I see. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing, and the detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency.
That was actually, like, I don't know what I expected that animation to end up as, but that was great.
Had a lot of power in it. I'm
Yeah.
scared.
So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby called its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Ah, this is it then.
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor, you mean Dr. Mikatoba?
Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today. Not me. But doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Otsuki must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
Been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
Yep, it's pretty cool. I think we can all agree on that.
All right,
as
I'll
fuck.
grant you that one. Ooh, this guy
Ooh,
looks cool.
Twink, hey.
Twink with a nice purple lip in the hair.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satori Sunaka. I'm the head waiter at the Western Star restaurant called La Carnival.
Okay.
Don't mind that, it's fine.
Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some,
It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't really bother me.
Well, it really should.
As everybody knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This crime...
How's it grime?
This grime!
This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago.
Do you know what the word Occidental means? Because I do. and
No, I
wanna-
do not.
So, Oriental. Right?
Hmm.
That's the opposite. It's Occident. The Orient and the
Oh, cool.
Occident.
That's
West. Yeah. I just think it's a really neat word that you just don't get to see anymore.
Yeah.
And I quite like it.
Because we live in a very Western...
Yeah. We live in a very
Centric.
Occidental society.
Ethnocentrism, baby.
Yeah. Imagine globalization.
Impossible.
Global. Understood. Osanoga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
No. At once, sir.
And no pretty interjections from the expiring lawyer boy, please.
Petty interjections.
It
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. There were a few diners at that time of day. The lunch terrace was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out into the dining area to see what had happened. Found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. I love that.
It's perfect.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections.
And also, it does sound like it's got the American tilt to it as well, so I don't think they were able to do it without that as well, either.
Impossible.
The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw. You amateur.
But... the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, defendant Naruto.
Don't worry, Naruto, you have your chance to fight back. For now, you must quietly listen to the witness.
Ah,
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was this the same man we see here in court today?
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
why did that move so much? Hang on. No, not the... what? What the hell? I'm trying to... not you, you bitch. And you should stay locked. There we go, I just want to move this back because apparently it became bad. I only just noticed that it became dumb again because of because when I changed the... forgot to fix
No
it.
problem.
There you go. Yeah, that's better. Maybe. It's hard to decide, whatever, it's fine. I'm just locking some things that I don't want to accidentally start messing around with, which includes the alert box and the chat box, because those should stay locked. Same with my personal cam, which should actually stay near the top as well. I need to make the GAR go a little bit below everything. And then this should go... me remembering that, like, oh yeah, the order of things is actually important, Lamau. There's my cam, alert box, chat box, and then at the very back are the colorations and whatnot. Cool, alright, sorted. Sorry, friends. I am gonna lock the GAR cam so I can not accidentally mess with it for the moment. Alright. Sorry, there we go. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? Hang on. What did he just say? There's no one else around but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Wrong.
What did he just say? There was no one else around that table?
What's the matter, Inosuke?
That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello...
Ooh.
women. There was a woman sitting opposite him at a table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we gonna do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw.
Sanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy? No.
I see. It's a Star Wars reference I can't post. I see. What? What? I actually don't understand that sentence. I read it and I'm like, I see. I don't understand. I get it. I don't get it.
The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
Ah, I don't believe it.
I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to.
Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout. Drawn by yourself, I presume. That's you again.
Oh. Wait, who's Naga? Who's that? Oh, the... right.
Yes.
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation.
Turbulent situation.
As you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter.
Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court's record as evidence.
Oh, well...
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Sorry, my brain was like half used to it because I was thinking about the whole you normally doing the judge thing, so that made me think that you were doing the judge. Anyway.
You mind looped yourself. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now.
Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Where's his business card? Has been entered into the court record.
Cool. I love this copying.
So, the court has now heard a
precis? Maybe the precis or precis, I don't know this word.
The court has now heard a precus of the case.
That might be it. I'll check the court record. I want to examine. How do I flip it over?
It's pronounced Pracy.
I'm trying to examine it. What do you want about? It's not 3D yet. You're right, it's not 3D.
Is it 3 in the second game?
No, I think he means that this will
cool.
become 3D, this object.
Oh, neat. Iriguchi?
Iriguchi. Great. I love the magnifying glass.
It's great, yeah.
Alright, well.
I wonder if there'll be like a spec that's off or something eventually.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. Life is your restaurant, in fact. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, we have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment.
Did I just hear an "Oh Lord" from the background of your audio?
Yeah, it's my little brother.
I thought so.
Extremely loud.
I honestly thought it was from the game at first, then I realized I recognize that voice. Oh Lord, he coming!
That's the people in the back of the courtroom. I called that waiter as an unsworn witness.
That's the prosecutor.
I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court.
An unsworn witness, you say?
Don't know what that means.
So he's not. Wait, that means he's not sworn, I guess.
Oh,
he's not a sworn witness.
Why
Therefore, that's interesting. So he's not. I think he legally doesn't have to tell the truth or something. I'm not sure.
yeah.
Interesting.
But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
So that's the difference. He's not sworn. They were.
Got it. This is just the first of many.
What do you think? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? Read the names first, please.
Sorry. What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Won't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Look at this man staring at me. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. If I push this button, the whole world might detonate. It'll be incredible. I'd love it.
Press it. See what happens. Maybe we'll set out a funny tweet or something. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you.
Incredible. The belief is important.
And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
Apparently. Damn. What a guy. Why is my
You're
pinky going down?
fucking cringe, you know, Ryunosuke. You're fucking cringe. I'm gonna say it right now.
Absolute cringe bitch that I am. What? Cringe? Me?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. You're just going to abandon that duty? You're going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke.
Yes.
The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is.
I love this. This is great. Just like looking at just the two of them together like this. He's just like, oh no.
Kazuma's like actually good at this.
Yeah. One thing I really like is that Ryunosuke reminds me both of I nearly called him Ryuichi because this is his Japanese name, but of both Phoenix and Apollo at the same time.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it feels correct. Something about it just feels correct.
it's the best of both men.
Kazuma's an actual lawyer, yeah. Indeed.
As opposed
You know,
the fraud that is Naruhodo.
Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Ugh. You found it?
It means guilty, yeah.
Yeah, I was right!
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution called us next witnesses.
His animations are golden. I love it. Like
all the animations that I love. This, the hammer?
the hammer is great. The hammer feels like too much. I do still like it at the same time.
Yeah.
Just the camera follow, I don't know, something about it bothers me very slightly, but it's okay.
It's action, baby.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. All at the same time. Let's fucking go. Let's introduce people to this concept.
Oh, that's literally what's happening.
Yeah, I knew it. I actually guessed still, but you know.
Okay.
All witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Armament Sergeant, Isli Nosa, reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon.
Oh my god. My guy got scaled on the y-axis by like 4.
By too much, he's so thin, what the fuck? And conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio correcta, at your service.
Love it.
I feel like Damon Gant right now, holy shit. Just clapping while I'm laughing my ass off. It's great. Correcta. Curio correcta. It feels like it's a real Killer Queen moment, to be honest. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. No, curio. Like a... Curios is another word for, like... things that, you know, some of the stuff people collect, you know, like... it's Google the word. C-U-R-I-O. It's hard to... I don't know the exact definition, but I have a vague idea of it, you know.
The vocabulary of these translators.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's great.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
What's the name of the soldier? Yes sir, no sir.
Yeah,
Yes sir. Yes sir, no sir.
Yes, I know.
They're so good. I love them. Oh, absolutely brilliant. It's you.
They must be the diners. The dinners at the diners at the other table at the waiter mentioned, yeah.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. Shutakumi is an incredible Chad. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. Apparently I have to make my voice even harder to understand for this guy. Luke, you're right.
Great.
Oh, you okay? You're just silent for so long that I was like, is he dead? Is he okay?
That's me like muting myself to practice the voice.
Ah. Okay. That makes sense.
Antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnabelle. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnabelle because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, I'm gonna just real quick seeks out potential customers and sells as well. Okay, cool. My brain just didn't comprehend the previous sentence, and then the sentence that was just read, I was like, wait, what is he doing? I'm confused.
What are these words?
That sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
And now, you both witnessed the precise moment of the most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the far end. What can only be described as an act of war, sir? It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir.
I love it. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. A strange noise.
So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening?
He's got something in his sleeves, I bet.
Precise. Sleeves. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead.
Yes.
Well, you're starting to feel uncomfortable.
If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. I picked up all the old men in this one, damn. I've just realised.
There's a lot in this case.
With the exception of Ouchie, I picked up all of the old men.
True.
Ouchie. I hurt my pinky.
Yep.
Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of a most disturbing afternoon.
Oh Lord, I don't know what I'll do with that memory of mine.
I'm gonna throw it in the trash and ignore it. What the witnesses saw.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes.
I thought I heard like a baby cry noise almost.
Oh, really?
It was weird. I hope it's not my brain acting out.
That'd be so funny if that was like a thing. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And then from the back, the cowardly little Weasley.
Bam. Not possible. Impossible.
You're a dumbass.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
I don't know where I can find my curio.
I would like to find my curio on the ground. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
Did you hear it? I heard a noise. I absolutely heard a noise.
I heard it over my extremely loud voice, yes.
Yeah. That's the reason I wasn't able to hear it before. But there's definitely something going on inside this man's
He's got a
clothing.
fucking, like, squeaky duck behind his back.
Yeah. What times we live in where an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is... Pardon?
I'm gonna see if I can order some food.
Yes! Let's get some food in me. And you. You as well. That's the important part. But still, me too.
Everyone gets food.
Except you.
It's the food
I'm
stream!
very hungry. We only have mints, and I don't feel like making the tacos yet.
That's understandable. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone.
Is that really true, Runosuke? I'll never know your name. It's fucking stupid, bitch. Bum.
That's
Poo-poo bum bum. I'll get you now.
Poo-poo shitty boy.
You little fuck boy. What a fuck.
We're really just
want to get-
we're taking this too far, I think. This has gone insane. Off the damn rails.
Sorry.
Yes. All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. The bilingual puns are so good, though. I love them so very much.
Yeah.
Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. He's trying his hardest. We love Runosuke, yeah.
Oh,
He's a good boy. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Bang!
well, if that's the truth, then there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue to who was that criminal. Was.
Yes.
Got it in one again.
There is?
Runosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty.
Definitely 100% guilty. And me.
It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Spirit of justice?
No. It's like,
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yari! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demand its right to a cross-examination.
dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told you me to do it? How pathetic.
Huh? How does he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
By not being a bitch. By not being a bitch, unlike you, Ouchie Payne.
Objection!
Oh. The defense is asserting its right to do a cross-examination. I'm going back to this voice now.
Is this the Mars
Whether or
Edgeworth
not-
voice?
I accidentally did it. Whether or not you think he's capable is irrelevant.
Gulp. Ah, gulp. Kazuma so commanding.
Wow.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
Alright.
This is where the battle really begins for Inosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
The witness's testimony is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Fuck! How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means that soldier said... which means what the soldier said has to be a lie.
That's true. He lied. Well,
She
yes, but... Shut the fuck up.
It's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence.
How old is that meme now?
It's ancient, I feel like.
Speeve.
Love to say that word.
That's my favorite part of that meme. Eat fresh. Or don't.
Yummy.
Absolute Speeve moment.
Yep. That's going in my speed collection.
Imagine a Speeve collection.
I'll make it.
Totally toasted, bro. I'm ordering a Subway, so toasted.
Oh, nice, bro.
Oof, yeah, that is pretty cring. Cring.
Did they used to be cheaper?
I was seeing they were like $1 or $1.50 or something.
Damn, yummy.
Or jalapenos.
Oh.
I'm doing something insane, and the sauces I'm combining are habanero hot sauce and smoky barbecue.
Habanero?
With spicy mayo as well. Let's fucking go. Let's absolutely destroy my body. With a little bit of salt.
Yummy.
And pepper, because why not? Let's do it. Let's just go. Let's go all out with the free upgrades.
This is the basis of my Subway boycott. Ryunosuke, if we're going to take down Subway, we're going to need more evidence than that.
That's
We're going
true.
to have to go to Subway itself. To do that, we're going to have to ride a motorbike.
Ah,
To do that,
the
we're
cookies
going to
became
go to school.
white chip macadamia nut cookie.
Yeah, no, because that's what I made. That's what I had at the start.
That's what? Sorry, that's.
That's what I had at the start.
Ah, okay. Can I get a drink?
Yeah, I thought you would have picked it.
Oh, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to. Was my point. Money reasons, financials.
I need the money for other things.
Wait, I had that as part of this. Oh, my favorite type of drink: Coca-Cola vanilla no sugar. I have just named it on. I've named and shamed myself on stream. I've done it rather than.
You're insane.
Yeah, I know, right? Look, to be fair, it doesn't matter what the brand is. If it's vanilla no sugar and it tastes good, I'm all for it. I don't care what the brand is, to be honest.
Valid.
All right, I've done it. Technically, you added it to... Oh, no, you added it to both of those. Okay, good. Done. Added. Gotta do some evidence. Gotta do evidence like cocaine. Right, evidence. Gonna grind it up and snort it immediately. Snort it like a Subway sandwich.
Oh, I wouldn't mind doing that. What we need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying.
I had 46 on this.
What's wrong with that? Sorry, if you can't do it.
No, I'm just saying it's expensive.
Oh, yeah. Subway. Subway, pay money. Prove the witnesses is lying. The witness says fisting their table.
Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you.
This man is
Let
a
me-
combination of Hibiki Tachibana and Kazunari Tsubasa at the same time. He's got the sword, but is he the sword? That's the question. Tsurugida? Nobody knows.
I don't know what that is.
What? It's sword. It's Japanese for sword.
Isn't that just katana?
No.
Okay.
Google the word Tsurugi. Like it's actually it's a bit of a Symphogear joke. It's just Tsurugida, the sentence. Like it's a sword. Anyway.
Oh.
All right then. It's all or nothing. I love that he just like really just placed his hands on the table rather than slamming them.
Yeah. Delicately places them as not make a noise. You know what to do. You've already worked out the fucking contradiction. You're so smart.
Am I though?
I was adjusting.
Sorry, I just like doing the voice.
It's a good voice, to be honest. Are you ready? Mikiari!
Like myself a bit.
Damn it. He doesn't say objection, he just said yes. I'm sad.
Oh.
They're all just silent.
No one's seen this happen before.
What? Nah, you playing it, cadet.
You did a clipper? A calippa? Calippo. Wait, wait.
I got clipped, apparently.
Oh, nice.
Thanks, Tats.
You've been clipped.
What is the meaning of this subordination? Putting this wad of paper in my mustache?
Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can this document possibly tell us what we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, please say it. I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
So frustrating.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It can be more plain.
I love having the Miles Edgeworth level finesse backing us up is actually just incredible, to be honest. Like how he's able to just be like, "Are you kidding me? He can't. He's not saying it because he doesn't need to." It's like, what the fuck? Like absolutely just peak Miles Edgeworth energy. Like, but like as our assistant, this is actually just so good. I love this. There it is. There it is.
To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about?
Separate from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense. There's a key discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
This is actually good though. Like this is good music.
The music's so fucking good.
There it is. There it is, the pain sweat! I love it.
Oh my god, the
The
3D.
exact pain sweat animation. It's beautiful.
Sergeant Lee, is it? Was it?
Yes sir, yes sir, no sir.
Trips me up.
Yes sir, no sir.
Sergeant, yes and no, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
Like literally just the way he said, the way you just said yes sir is how you're supposed to say his first name.
The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
But no, that just can't be. Yeah, sorry, yes, but no. Yeah, no, I'm aware. I've already learned that there is a musical theme that is a spoiler. I do not know why it is a spoiler, but I avoided it and I learned that it is a spoiler. I mean, I learned that it's a spoiler so I could then avoid it. Because it was in a compilation that was released this year by what is that YouTube channel? I think it's 169 Tom. I think that's what it's called. Came back after like 5 years.
Band, cool.
Yeah.
And why not, Cadet?
No wiki diving this time, not for me.
Yes.
Because.
As is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from the total ballistic trauma, no exit wound. Bullets did not pass through the body.
You did it!
I couldn't help it, it's my English accent. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. Body. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Now, Sergeant, according to your witness's statement,
Your witness statement, because he is the witness.
the culprit shot the victim from behind. I can't believe you've done this. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
He does have a baby!
Well,
That explains so much.
That's adorable.
What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant No, sir? Anyway.
Is that the background? I'm sorry.
No, that was funny. Like, the exact moment of the background and the way it happened was just fucking incredible. Don't worry about it. It's all good, I promise. I promise it's all good.
Thank you.
We're not hearing it all the time, just when it's really particularly loud, but then it's still quiet coming through your microphone, and honestly just adds, it just improves the quality of this stream.
Awesome. Glad.
Don't
Yes,
worry.
sir. At this junction, that would appear to be indisputable.
Indisputable.
Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious carnival steak, sir. What?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yes or No, sir, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
To be fair, he's being let down by the witnesses, actually. You know what? Say the same thing for Payne. He's being let down by his witnesses, but also by... Actually, in the case of Payne, I'd say it's because he doesn't do enough research, but this guy, you know...
He gets what's come to him. It's how it be.
It's how it be.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple.
The lineage of Payne. in which is both literal and the name. Oh my god.
There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Inconsistency seer. Achievement unlocked.
Achievements in a GAA?
Yes!
Oh, sorry, in an Academy? Holy crap.
There's actually, there's achievements, including for completing the cases. I saw... The reason I saw it is because Newbie Spud is on my friends list, and he has earned them recently. That's how I know.
I see.
There's been a complete Gyakuten in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. I'm sorry, I had to say it. Had to be done. Had to be said.
You get one per stream.
Yeah. Turn about!
That's one bit.
Turning me about. So this is what being an ace attorney is. This is what being Gyakuten Saiban is all about.
Yes. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing that firearm directly at the witness's back.
The victim's
Victims,
back.
I should say.
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. A gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Unless he's the one who did it. Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Wait, I didn't press any of those statements, Dan. Hunting for treasure. If I even could.
Treasure?
Indeed, the Hoera Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoei treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. I don't know, because I can. It's
Great.
And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more. Was there no more? It simply vanished.
The Koban vanished?
Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless, the witness's testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be the British. Jesus, sorry.
No matter how serving our government feels, it must be to the British. There you go.
Got it.
Yeah, there we go. I understand the sentence now.
It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why not, Your Excellency? The defense may have fled the tiger at the front gate, but you will not find a wolf. He will find a wolf at the back.
Fled a tiger at the front. Okay, I guess that's a Japanese proverb that I just don't know.
It's verb.
What are you, some kind of proverb?
In a sense. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryosuke Naruhodo.
What? Some more?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Ugh. Imagine if he didn't. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to satisfy, sir.
The Bab.
Babby.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido.
I don't know, sir. Because he's a baby, he doesn't know a shit.
Really good. It would appear the new straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
That's actually good wordplay there. I like
Really
that.
good plan. Holy shit, that.
It's you. Still.
Nida. Teen shot.
No, it's tension. You know, like
Ten
like attention.
True,
Without
thank
the
you.
A. Yeah.
Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
This is absolutely incredible. I love this so very much.
Love them.
I love that I was totally right about hearing. I was like, am I hearing a fucking baby right now?
Am I hearing the Mario Paint baby sound?
The paint baby, what?
Oh.
I love that this man is just incensed over the missing coin and doesn't really care.
This is just classic SJ.
This is good, especially the part where there's the two of them as well.
Yeah. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm, the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. I don't know if I'm just changing the voice or not by accident. I don't know. I can't remember.
That's good. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that there were only personnel present. That is to say.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, standing all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
The problem is, what do we have to prove?
Yes!
Certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
I love his objection so much.
Perfect.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Weird. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Yummy.
Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident.
There's a table there, there's a table there. Court record.
Oh.
Ah, no, that does match, unfortunately. Table there, done. I was going to be like, aha, it can't possibly have been, but...
Yeah.
Matches so far. Something about this business card. We need to be able to 3D it, I guess.
Wait. Yeah.
Imagine pressing the Windows key.
Key of windowing.
As can be plainly seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Oui?
Okay. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak. Oh my god, it's carbonated water. I love that they can call it that. And a steak lunch. I don't understand. I need to actually check the photo again, actually, now that I think about it. I want to check. Yeah, for one, unfortunately. Fizzy water for one.
This might be like the press part of the game.
No! Here we go. Oh, well, guys, I guess if they turned him around would be why. Done. I was about to say, like, what? It's the table behind him, but no, it can't be.
Sparkling water sucks ass.
Huh?
That shit. Sparkling water.
I understand it's the benefit of it. Like, it can be good mineral. Like, the minerals in it can honestly be very good for you, but, like, yeah, I'm not usually a fan. Sometimes I have liked it, to be honest. Sometimes. It is very rare. Sometimes.
Alright. Just this once, I'll let it slide.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Alright?
I appreciate that. I agree with both of you saying that it's, like, weird, though. It's just because usually it is. I'm usually not a fan, but there are moments. So it's had its moments in my life. Now, see, that's fair. That's totally valid. It's not. I can see it's not for everyone. I felt that when I drank it myself. Don't understand. I can't believe the person voicing me likes sparkling water like a fucking moron.
What the?
What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman.
Woman?
The woman?
The waiter before said the same thing. He maintained that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. Women aren't real, but it should be said. It's time to find out what the fuck happened.
Cool thing to say.
I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm kidding. I was actually making an epic rap battles of history joke, by the way. Because there is a line from the Mythbusters vs Ghostbusters, which is, "Ghosts aren't real, but it should be said it's time to bring the B team back from the dead." You know, like the you know how the Mythbusters had their like B team. This was while Mythbusters was still running, but after they hit the B team weren't like a part of the show anymore.
Oh wow, ancient then.
Yeah, and so, you know, it's time to bring Liz Wilson back from the dead in this case. So I was making a reference. I promise you. I promise. It's alright. I'm sure you've noticed. I am indeed womanish. I'm on the way. Not quite. Almost. Anyway.
Some
Mr.
kind of
Wilson.
bin.
Yeah. Hey, his name is Mr. Wilson, and he was here to say, "I'm gonna fucking die in a major way."
Jesus. I can't believe I didn't see that coming.
Also, have you read this one?
Very-
There you go. Sorry.
No.
These are very sensitive political times. As we all know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. I think that I, Takeshi Aoshi, will have contributed to the amenity of these two great enterprises in honor.
Did you just say Takeshi Aoshi?
Takatsushi, sorry.
Taketsuchi Aoshi! No! I was trying to reinforce it to you, you fool. Not start a beatboxing.
Sorry. You right, yes, okay.
He's dying. He's gonna tear his head open. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. I get the sentence, but it's hilarious with modern contexts of the way this words. The modern word context makes certain things funny. It's you, by the way. It's the boy, the man.
Yes.
You gonna read it?
That's me.
Yeah, that's what I just
I
said.
told you, Nasuke. It's not over yet.
There you go. It's that boy, obviously. What?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
Expose. I don't know, Cosma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Who else can say be so unbending at times?
Ugh. Ugh. I don't know. I'm going to press G. I'm going to save the game. Like the scum that I am.
Just the ease of not having to worry about crashes.
Oh,
My God.
It's beautiful. Well, we don't know that yet.
Weight off my shoulders.
How many?
You're telling me there are 20 saves?
20 slots. Check the thing now. It's true. Maybe I can check it. Record. They haven't said anything though. So I doubt it. Yeah, it's still magnifying glass. Look at it. Magnifique. I wish I could read that kanji. In the back, in the background, yeah. I'm assuming this says kitchen, and I know that says entrance. I understand this. Whoa. Look at that.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. Nothing here.
Yeah.
We can press though, it's alright.
Time to pee.
Excuse me?
Sean pressed the P.
Oh.
It made sense in my brain.
Percent is
Type
E
B.
and Q is press.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun.
We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet.
Can't examine now, I'll be able to later, so constantly check the court record. YouTube become... Alright, tweet it and at me as well. But make sure you take a screenshot of the chat thing specifically. You gotta do it. That's how you gotta do it. It's very important. In fact, you know what? I'll make it easy for you and I'll send you the exact image for you to post. There you go. There you go. I'm making you know the thing that you have to do or whatever. I'm determining what you must tweet for you. That's how it works. I'm clearly an influencer in that I am influencing you to do something I want you to do. That's how it works. Definitely. I'm not in the slightest. Anyway, you said that line already. I know that. Sorry, I get distracted by the chat very easily, it turns out. The text
As you should.
I don't think so. Well, he disagrees. That's true. That is how bullying works. And I could be doing that. You never know. Maybe I picked something up from Simon. You never know.
Oh!
Not Simon Belmont, though. It ain't no Belmont. You're the Belmont. I don't think... See, but anyway, Ryunosuke doesn't want me to get distracted by chat. So, anyway.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I could blink.
That he did.
So there you have it.
I love that what he just said doesn't prove a damn thing.
Yeah.
Have what?
Tinjak.
Tanchuk?
Tinjak. The sound of a firearm rings in my ear, and the very next moment, I saw you waving that gun at the Englishman.
Fee fi fo
think
fum,
that
I
makes
fired a
sense.
gun at an Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you?
Grrr.
And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Karakuda-san?
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That's what he says. But I will press him and see what happens there. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously. As the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
Sure. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment... Bang! A gunshot rang in my ears. I'm full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor, and I find myself in an equally testing predicament as well, as a result.
Oh, God, these people.
Yeah, he wants his coin, my dude. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. The foreigner. You are the only personnel present. What happened to that blasted waiter and that blasted personage, the lady? That's the question.
Oh?
Part of me wonders if they are in fact one and the same. That's the question. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
As you've been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing callous in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have been caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant.
That's true. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
Did the game music get louder? Am I imagining it?
Okay. That volume slider is sneaking its way up.
Volume mixer is doing a thing. There was? Wait, what did he say? Wait. There was indeed a reason. There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
We had to press to find more evidence. Okay. What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hotter Clinic. Oh my god, it's the Hottie Clinic. Madness. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November noon to past 1 p.m.
The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
He was poisoned at the doctor's appointment, or something.
I wonder. What do you think, Rinosuke?
Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court evidence as evidence if you think it could be useful.
That's actually a neat mechanic. I like that. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not?
Nah, we don't need it.
If anything that I've learned from Ace Attorney, you don't need it. It'll be fine.
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
Um,
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
here it is.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. You have a right to explore all possible avenues.
Avenues. Avenolds as well.
These may be new to you, these avenues.
Beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Tsk. I love that noise. That. Tsk. Especially because it's so often followed by the prosecutor making a noise like that in turn. That's great.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
Beep, 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 beep. What we need right now is new clues.
Thankfully, we just gained one.
Some kind of blue clues, you could call them. Because, you know, blue in Japanese is like green. It's like new. So, blue clues, I call them.
Oh, well, I can't actually investigate it. I can't examine it. Interesting.
Cool. Maybe mid thing. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong the straw as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you, huh?
It must be
What
a
did he mean by this?
statement.
Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt.
It's already over, I think, is what he's saying, essentially. Maybe it's like a Japanese way of saying it's already over.
Yeah.
It's over!
It's over. Feel free to you are broken. Continue.
Korekta-san.
Didn't want to read that line, I suppose.
Indeed, although he was the Englishman. That can't possibly be true. I will press, we'll keep pressing everything. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
Oh yeah, we should have checked the thing.
I did check it.
Oh,
Did you not notice that entire thing where I said I couldn't examine it yet?
Maybe we can do it now.
Didn't think so. I'm assuming we have to wait for the game to progress into 3D mode. You know?
What the fuck?
God, the animation as well with the little
Bob.
bab. The little bab. Look at him, I love.
Jiggle head.
Ido. Little Ido. I want to pet. I want to pet Ido.
Valid.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in.
So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence that we have to support their statements as well. The meat was tasty, as can clearly be seen. There is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
Unless the meal was already taken away. No. There were 7 meals. I wonder how close our food is. That's the real
Mysterious
question.
Subway?
Mysterious Subway.
It's the Subway section upstream. It makes you want to be extreme.
Imagine the Subway. But, you know... Oh no, we have... Kazuma plans a Subway boycott. There we go. There we go. Apparently the name of the clip was Honorable Empathetic Cobra Squad Goals.
Classic random words. Yeah.
I love them so much.
The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before.
It's over now? That's my guess. That's my guess response to what you said.
It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why?
If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Can't eat or drink. Oh, it's true.
What did Tat mean by this? I'm so confused.
I think it's because it was saying that the food is not here. It does not exist.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, Discord, thank you for being a distraction. A distraction. I know, but Discord is being a distraction. I can't help it. It's not in the way I want, which is a response from Dean. No food and game in the picture.
Oh, true.
Thank you for the the guess for us. It's a little backseaty. I don't know. I'm gonna say maybe not next time, but fair.
I wouldn't have worked that out, to be fair.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth?
What? What did you say, Cadet?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. What is safe? Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. See, that's fair. That's fair, but just...
Yeah, we'll probably ask for help.
Yeah, we will probably end up asking for help, but at that point you can definitely do it. But
Yeah.
until then... Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these 2 witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter whose testimony the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
Phantom? Phantom Blaster?
She's a phantom.
Abyss? A card that I have 3 copies of, and I need one more. But...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
Damn. Imagine remembering that I was partway through a tournament game in Zero, a Champions tournament game. At least I got my one win. It's fine. It counts. It's still good. It's too late now.
You just opened tournament?
No, as in I was earlier before I started the stream, and then I completely forgot about it, and now I'm like, oh shit, the tournament would have just ended because it's now reset time.
Ooh, no.
I also have 4 copies of the Pale Moon Legion, so I'm right there with you, my dude. I'm just gonna like make it do the reset things. Yeah, that's right. It was a Champions tournament as well, meaning you have to win a regular tournament. So it's a bit disappointing that I burned a ticket for one singular game, but you know it happens. Should have played a bit more, but I was researching making this game installed, so I forgot. Oops. There's nothing I can say to that. Swaha, swa, 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 swa.
That's okay. You're gonna get me. Excellent work, Minazuki. You've gleaned some new information.
Oh, I didn't even get my... What the hell?
You don't get shitted, bitch.
Oh, I think I have to wait until next weekend for it to give me my results from the tournament that I didn't complete. Because the button isn't there, and it's not in my gift box. Apparently I can just go fuck myself until next week. Not that I need it until then, but still. Oh well, whatever, it's fine. I just wanted to check if it would give me the shit. The shitty shit! Get new information. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before.
Finally. Oh, you mean this?
Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
How exactly?
I'll move over just a little so you can see. You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine.
Interesting.
Press space and you can take a closer look at that piece of evidence in question.
Interesting, interesting.
Use it up, left, down, or right. Look,
there it is.
Rotate it in your mind. To rotate the evidence in all directions in your mind and examine it from all angles.
Rotate
Go into your mind base, Naruhodo. Why using WASD?
It's WASD,
Cool.
you uncultured fuck. Jeez.
What did you just call it? Did you say WASD?
Yeah, WASD.
Excuse me? Gonna pretend I didn't hear that one.
I don't like the pronunciation WASD. I vastly prefer WASD. Yeah, I can probably see the other one.
Like flows. It's like a river that goes straight.
WASD. Yeah.
Straight
Or so you thought. The WASD River. What are you fucking talking about, you idiot? Jeez.
There's a crosshair.
Whoa.
You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before.
Yeah, I can probably see the other one in 3D. It's exciting.
If the crosshair starts to pulsate,
Oh my god.
then you must
Pulsation.
press the button. Press space to investigate further.
I see. Investigator.
No. I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. Need to use arrows, WASD, and space. God, I hate saying WASD. Oh, I hated that.
You can say whatever you want.
Ugh. To inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Whoa. First of all, what actually is that back crest? Nothing? Nothing.
Not for you to know.
Can't find anything out of place. Dentist, Hodder Clinic. Bam. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago.
It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine.
Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Consulting one. I'm never consulting what?
Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. Though you don't like doctors then.
Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections. Then they demand lots of money from you, from the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb.
You sound like a model patient. The bad case of stubbornness, no less, which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed.
It's true.
Now hold on. I think it's time to go to final destination. No items.
Excuse me?
I don't know where that came from. I just wanted to say it.
Well, we're going to Finland?
Again, man.
'Cause
Final destination.
It says
No.
Hotter Clinic on this medical report card. I hate
Fox
clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries.
Aren't they all the same?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, never forget it. Never in my whole life.
Most people will give their right arm to have their what? Most people will give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illness like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything.
I just got an achievement, Healthy Curiosity.
Glad we're on the same wavelength. That melee reference. Ooh, it's a flip in the page.
Most recent one.
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history.
This is some kind of hot tub time machine.
We're going back in time again. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with tropical anesthesia.
Topical anesthesia. Thank you very much.
Weird.
Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out?
It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed.
Interesting.
Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief.
Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Like synesthesia, I love it.
Yeah, it's tropical flavor. They just replace your tooth with a pineapple.
Though it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain.
No, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed.
Really?
Sounds like information worth bearing in mind.
The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. Did you enjoy my song? Thank you. I appreciate you coming to my concert. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes.
So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you?
Definitely. Question is, can I?
Doc, I ate my tooth again. Looks like you're gonna put another one of those babies in there. Maybe a banana this time.
What?
Kinda getting sick of the
I want
pineapples.
to eat a baby. I'm gonna eat a baby.
That's not what I meant. No!
You're gonna
Don't
eat-
incriminate me based on Twitch stream jokes.
Can I?
Hmm.
I
In
can't.
this 3D all along.
Well, that's unexpected.
What is?
Look, do you see the witness? Do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga.
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point.
It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title.
His job? Oh, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigations Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somewhere here.
So I guess is a police inspector.
I'm the baby, gotta love me.
That's my response.
Imagine being a baby. Always be a baby, don't ever be a gun. Food-tacular?
Almost here. It's been delayed. A lot.
Yeah, I noticed.
Including
Subway,
those
more like
that
slowway.
different stop before our stop, despite being delayed by over 30 minutes.
But isn't it that one There?
No.
Oh, it's the other one.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so I can AD to switch between the
Oh,
testimonies.
nice.
With the other personnel present.
That's OD.
Indeed, Delaney was the Englishman dining all by himself. But hey, shit, I... Don't
Well
do this.
done. We've seen this before, I think.
Oh, no, we haven't.
I still don't.
I still don't feel like the situation has really changed, though. No discrepancies has come to light, and that's what we need.
No, I think the situation has changed a great deal. We've come a long way.
How so?
Because we have just what we need. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now.
Then do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? And also, yeah, it was apparently delayed by half an hour. That explains why I haven't eaten yet, Lamau.
God. The crucial point is, the victim has been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot.
And yet, there was a steak in front of him!
There was a steakums in front of him.
An entire steakhouse he was consuming.
Insane. The fact that that has not been brought up to the board's attention.
He's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts a particular statement in a totally different light. Circumstances.
Always keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win.
Now, maybe I can do this without accidentally skipping. I
Assault
think
of
it's the
3.
fourth one. Oh, I'll read the
You say
fifth
that
one.
as if we know what that means. Where's like the progress marker? Oh, to the right.
Yep.
Cool. Super.
I can actually play this mouseless. This is great. Did you really just?
What?
Did you just?
What's up?
Music
Go on.
stopped. We did it.
Classic.
What's funny is I raised my arm in celebration and he did it in like, I would like to say something. Well, I think, about what you withering lad, call yourself a lawyer? Wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused.
Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it.
Thanks, Kazuma.
I can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say.
Ah,
Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
alright. And thanks for the advice.
Here I go. Boopy butt butt.
Correcta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Very minimal, I love it.
It's so nothing. I love that.
Something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateur drivel.
But...
Let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have been done,
Whatever you...
he may or may not have.
Oh,
whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
Grr. But that's,
remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words, or fancy voices, or cool faces, or a cool headband at that. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness's testimony, the court has heard, have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have been there.
I didn't even press anything, it just immediately skipped.
The power of Inosuke to skip dialogue.
It was legit. No one could have possibly perpetrated the crime, but it was immediately cut off. It was incredible. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How would I possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hotter Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating... I love the, like, ascending chimes as he, like, proves more information.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually just brilliant. I love it. As you stack evidence.
Just, what are you trying to say, Cadet? You told us not to eat, so what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Correcta-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally...
There's more, there's more.
I can't believe it. I feel like we've just been fucking, you know that TF2 video with the teleporting bread? This is a bucket. Dear God, there's more. No. I feel like it's been TF2'd.
There's more.
No.
Incredible.
You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Here it is.
Nice.
He did it. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic.
Yeah. Expertly done, partner.
We did good.
Mommy.
What? What is this nonsense? You little upstart.
Startup. You little startup running your company. I did, in fact, a Scatman reference.
Scatman
man.
These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the piling of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
The subway is here. It has arrived at the station, which is going to be my stomach. Thank you, Bane. Thank you for the ordering.
Every time I enter the subway, I'm like, well, look who's arrived at the station. It's me at the subway.
Imagine.
I'll take your order if you don't mind.
Imagine saying such a statement, making such a
And then
statement.
everyone claps because I made such a funny joke.
Incredible. Thank you, Bane. Are you doing okay, Bane? There it is. My drink.
Drink.
Enjoy your cookies as well. Lump. I said love, but love also is true. Truth, in fact.
Love is real, and it's here right now. I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned.
It's true. Struth. Not yet.
Don't you agree, Rinosuke?
Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Unlike me, I can finally fucking eat.
Yummy!
Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Time to eat this fucking meat. The meat and
I can be
potatoes.
judged while you eat.
I also must say things.
Okay.
Council? Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
Alright. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal.
I got some jalapenos as well. This is the spicy mayo. I just decided to destroy myself with this Subway sandwich.
I love spicy shit. This orchestral music is fucking awesome.
It's really good.
This is the start of your turning this trial around. You turning this trial around, I should say. Show them what you're made of.
Got it. So, The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Obviously, it can only be someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. That would be cool, actually, getting a bundle like that.
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such a person.
Yes!
What? There was, because I saw her.
When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak at his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will only lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue our fair trial
Fair retrial,
relentlessly.
even.
Even that, who could say what this future holds for us?
Kazuma.
Are you insane?
Of course not.
You will take this on the government?
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them.
Those two witnesses in the start.
What?
What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, it now turns out that these two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies. Obviously, you will be charged with perjury.
Perjury?
And, since this is a murder trial,
That's not ideal, is it?
you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
That's pretty big. Complicit in murder?
Boy,
No!
No. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh.
Oh.
What? What did you just say, Correcta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was,
So you never saw the gentleman? Whoa.
Grr.
When you say gentleman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What?
What is the meaning of all this?
It's okay. He wasn't complicit in this. It's not his fault.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, cool. Sorry. Yeah, he is honestly just being kind of railed by the witnesses and the police. It seems.
Yes.
Feels bad though, because he doesn't really deserve that. He's kind of not the best, but he's also not like
It's not like he's going to lose his job. He's just being owned.
Yeah.
These witnesses gave false test statements? Is this true, you pair? I just one simple slip of the tongue.
What's the bad? Order, order. Council, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who
Oh,
tried
it
to
looks
make you
like
keep
it's
your
small.
mouth shut? Well,
It's classified.
the bad pulling his mustache is great.
So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Funosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence.
Polizia.
However, I don't believe Aluichi had any idea about it.
Ouchie Sendo.
Wow. Wow. You have to make that a Photoshop now.
What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only be the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit.
Oh, no. Some way. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. I'm probably inaudible right now, and I apologize.
We're just imagining, like, I look over to you in the court and you're just like, your mouth is stuffed with a sandwich. Oh, sorry. I'm hungry. Of course. We need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here.
But how? How can we possibly? I've already discovered it, my dude.
Remember how we made progress before?
Before?
We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Is it true? Oh, yes, that's right.
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we missed. There's no time to lose.
What? 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 Out of context, that just doesn't make any sense as a statement.
That's insane, but I'm glad you posted it.
I'm done already. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this? Don't know. Well, Your Excellency, I have no time to think. You have to close my eyes and shout out the first thing that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary evidence to manipulate these people is... present this man because he is the chief of investigation. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have led that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
He said, Poppy. It's true.
He said booby.
What? If he truly were.
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Nohanga-san's real identity that's proven by this evidence.
Yep. I keep pressing the wrong button.
This dummy. Yes! Put on his fucking business card.
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail. I'm not so sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is.
Nailed it. We've won them over with that one.
Somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say. Hey, Monica. Welcome.
Yo.
I'm currently eating a Subway sandwich.
Hisonoga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. Yeah, I was going to say that the spacebar is extraordinarily loud, like almost as loud as you.
I'm so sorry. Is it really?
Yeah.
I'm doing it because I can't use the mouse and eat at the same time.
Okay.
Otherwise I would be
It probably
clicking
would be better
instead.
if you used the mouse, I'm sorry.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Did you say this thing?
The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession.
The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious!
That's right, Your Excellency. We made it to gay.
Gay's attorney.
The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigator Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before.
Oof.
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. Said, witnesses there in the staff. That paper.
I'm sorry, I'm wrapping up the paper so that it doesn't spill everywhere, and then we'll be
Valid.
done. Okay.
Was it in fact the waiter who gave you those orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman on the scene?
And well,
I can just imagine him making that noise legitimately.
Oh.
He just showed up in the middle. Inspector Hosonaga!
Well, something like this may happen. They may have asked me to submit my scheduled evidence. I realized it was a possibility.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh,
Well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
No, of course. There you are.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I
Yumberry.
carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. Mine was unusually careless mistake. Yes.
You've changed
So-
his voice, I love it.
I can't remember how it went.
so you mean to say you really are a detective?
Yeah. Obviously. But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course! Your salary must be terrible!
I was working undercover.
That's that is a great, like, throwaway, just, like, bit there. That's so good. Undercover?
Yes. There have been a series of incidents at this restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover.
Zonaga is only 29. Is he?
My man is like 6-year-old here, what the hell? Wow, look at
Holy
that.
shit.
Blending in.
Good job, my dude. At least 38, for example.
Believe it? I believe
67. Oh,
Believe them.
close.
Close. And we're just babies.
We are, yeah. 20-somethings.
Nice.
Like us. It's great. We are of an age that is greater than 20.
Wow, I can kin these characters.
Cease.
Nope.
Yeah, you said that already, didn't you? Damn. Sorry. I'm distracted by just
Incident at the-
nonsense.
Valid. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents?
Still processing the food, so it hasn't made my brain work yet, Lamau.
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge.
I see.
However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to the case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Also, let's see.
We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. Naruhodo, naruhodo. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? I'm assuming he's been shot or something, and that's actually why he's bleeding.
Oh,
Like he
yeah.
doesn't, he's not just regular sick. He's like, I'm actually dying right now, Lamau.
Shit.
I've been told no. All right then.
Straight up.
Just straight up no. All right, cool.
Oh, never mind. We went on, Gus. The possibilities are endless, as Sonic has told me.
Shut the fuck. Just shut. I was gonna say it's one of those two things. Unbelievable.
As I suspected.
I honestly thought it said blang for a second. I honestly thought that.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair beside him, gun in hand, so the accused stood. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady who I guessed to be an Englishwoman.
So, the truth comes out. The way both of you are in sync in chat makes me think you're actually saying the truth. Freaking me out.
It's crazy.
I immediately sailed off the Westerns and reported the incident to the Bureau.
Does Bruno Mars is gay, the classic.
It was then that I received some special orders.
Special orders? You mean to say?
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once.
Kill her immediately.
Kill her. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea.
Well then, she must be. So that's
It's the only way.
Apparently, it was the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered on our soil. She named an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question.
So, that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right.
Oh, is it? One possibility does spring to mind.
Yeah.
An endless possibility at that.
What do you mean, Cosma? How endless?
UMA University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain.
What about Lesser Britain?
Doesn't exist. We eliminated that one. And I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical research laboratory.
Faculty? Faculty. It's very culty of them.
Is a young English woman.
Oh no. How young? And how English? That's the real question. Could be like Endless Legend Endless. Who knows? I'm assuming that was like a math joke, but I just don't. I'm just too dumb to understand. I'm so sorry.
I'm looking. I don't get it. I'm sorry.
Are you rotating it in your mind, Luca?
I cannot solve the problem.
Unfortunate. Oh, oof. I know the feeling. What? Wait, what is he responding to? There's a young English woman. Okay.
Kazuma knows the person.
What? I'm pressing spacebar. Fuck you.
You're insane!
Yeah, that's true, man.
You could even.
I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
I was gonna say, okay, what?
Love to see this in chat. Really good.
I was gonna say, this character could almost fit like up the Miles Edgeworth voice you've got. That could essentially work, but... Ugh. Can't believe I coughed into the microphone like some kind of fuck.
I'm trying to make this character legally distinct from...
Legally distinct from Miles Edgeworth.
Yeah.
The Chief of Police? Damon Gand? Nice. You mean?
I removed the woman from the scene of the crime. I thought it was prudent to check her identity first.
The Demon Gant, yeah. I know. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett.
She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at
UMA University's medical facility.
A faculty.
facility.
What? What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I raised all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. I ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies.
Is the baby gonna rise up? I guess not. Damn.
Oh.
It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Yes. But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraph report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes, sir.
you will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. Yeah, I love this guy, that he's just like, no, the government is not above the law. Fuck you.
Hell
We're doing
yeah.
this. We're doing this the right way.
Love to stand a good judge.
At once, your excellency.
Like that one judge. What was the name of that one judge who used to be? I think she was the Supreme Justice in America before the current one.
Oh, I can't remember.
But you know who I'm talking
Yeah.
about, right? The
Yeah,
one who was
yeah.
like, very, very pro LGBT and whatnot, and just very cool. Yeah, that's the kind of judge we need.
That's what we love to see.
Exactly.
But that means you were going against the special orders you were getting from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So it won't be a problem. We all need a cough. It's fine. Let's all do it now.
Top time.
Dr. Gray. Yeah. No, I see that. Dr. Gray from the second game. I see it.
Dr. Gray from fictional show Grey's Anatomy?
No, from Ace Attorney 2.
I just googled Dr. Gray and that was the first result.
Wait.
Nothing will get in my way. Except this deadly poison I ingested.
I keep thinking that autoplay says autopsy. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes,
He's bowing. He's doing it.
Your Excellency!
Yeah, he really did get fucked over, to be fair. Like, this, I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Good. We will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
To be continued?
I don't know.
Sure.
I don't remember what the actual noise is. I don't actually remember what the original trilogy's noise. There was a da-da-da-da. I don't know.
You just did Undertale. That's all of that.
No,
That's
it
what you
wasn't.
reproduced. Or was it?
No, no, that wasn't. You're no tricking me. I hate it. Do not. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think they did have a different one every game as well. Makes it even more
That's
complicated.
true. Yeah. You know where I should save it? Number 5.
Number 5.
Number 5. Number 5. Uzbekistan. Look at these judges.
The history of our country.
22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber, number 5 and number 5. Yo! That's excellent. Congrats. I'm glad to hear it. That's good.
Love
That's
when
good
an
shit.
all-nighter passes off. Pays off, sorry.
Pace off? What?
When an all-nighter pays off.
Yeah.
Right?
Damn. It was absolutely worth not coming to the last stream 100%.
Yeah. Excellent work, Ryunosuke.
That was superb.
You know what? That's as long as that's a pass, that's still good. we take the pass.
Hell yeah. Holy crap.
Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It tasted awful.
Yummy. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding its disease in the testimonies.
Because the man is a legend.
Living legend. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again, he says, going to the UK later.
Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last.
It's true.
Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
Might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of.
Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that?
No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up... Bang. Yeah, but you've said that like 3 times already. What else? What happened after that? I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Pantry, damn it.
Oh.
Pantry.
I was thinking, my detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry... Yes, the palm tree. I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area.
Nailed it.
Nailed. I'm assuming that's the other guy from before. Ah,
Yeah.
there you are. Well done, both of you. Yeah, this boy. This boy, yeah. I've acquired him, and I'm also voicing his daughter, I guess.
You've acquired this family.
I've acquired this family. They are mine now.
Professor ENVtuber.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Whether or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Is that a gold mod? I can't tell. Maxed out, I assume?
What?
Warframe joke? No?
Oh, yeah. There's a mod called Max Stance.
No, there's a type of mod called a stance, remember?
Okay, never mind.
Like the aura mod, but for your melee weapon, you fool.
Okay.
God damn. Is there actually one called Max Stance? What?
Well, probably not. I just tried to invent the logic.
I see. Kazuma. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. I feel like I'm doing the judge voice right now. Fuck. To me?
Different.
Is it different?
Yep.
You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Thanks, Tats, and have a good, all good.
Thanks for hanging.
I would be saluting right now if I could move my arms. As you can
07.
07, absolute. As in, I'm real proud of you for doing the thing. Try to click the history button. Yes, so best of luck. See ya. Thank you. Thank you. I'm British, not American. We're not Americans here. Nobody. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. I still don't know how to even sort of her voice. Good luck,
Figure it out.
Kazuma-sama. Oh, then it cut you off mid-word. It was great. I just heard Def Naruhodo.
Discord didn't think that was a human coming through the mic.
Becoming more squishy and pig-like every time. It's great.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. For those old fossils know what hit them.
Kazuma?
What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you.
He's such an absolute chat. I genuinely, really like this guy so much. I just want to give him a big hug, honestly. Just like...
I want to do like
in
the
his strong arms, you know what I mean?
strong arm, like hand wrestle or whatever.
You want to arm wrestle this?
Handshake.
Yeah. Yeah, his theme is amazing.
As a lawyer and as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. Yeah, it's because he's saying, I have faith
Yeah,
in you.
because I love it when I do the intonation for more to come and nothing.
Yeah. Means a lot. His theme is lit. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. It's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. That was me knocking, don't worry, I'm just really just psyching myself up.
Okay.
Just me a little bit, don't mind me. We're good. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You could treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. Oh, with an extra large portion, of course.
I love that it's slowly morphed into being very slightly James from Team Rocket. But I'm actually about that.
It's a great voice.
Prepare for trouble!
Prepare for trouble. Make it double. Ooh, pom pom, baby bubble.
Excuse you?
Huh?
You're also supposed to say make it double, but in his voice, because I did... It's the two of them.
Make it
There's
double.
Yeah, there you go. It's the two of them, but it's like Team Rocket. There you go. We're doing it. We're doing... Going hard, going long.
Bro, I just want to eat Japanese food right now.
Go. It's a good thing I ate actual food just now as well. Japanese food is actual food. I just don't have to think about eating because I'm like, I have done it. It is good.
True.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Is that the judge voice I was doing before?
Yeah. Good.
Okay. No. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds.
Yo, nice. Because he's the only monster on the field, he gets all those abilities. Delicious. That was a buddy fight reference for the Max
You're
Dragons
pulling
deck.
out all the stops.
Yes.
And thanks to a certain young stripling.
What? What does that mean?
I'm assuming. I think it's like a way of saying like a young person or something. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Like a very old
The
way of saying it.
prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh. Sorry.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's hardly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed.
Look at him just like really like he's no longer relaxed. He's like, I really need this right now.
Glad I brought this. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation Flanders?
Founders even. Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, menacing witnesses.
Kazuma is actually very cool.
Fantastic. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? for England.
Shut up, you jumbled up rookie boy.
Jumped up, but still.
You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what we secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Said Rinosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
The fact that you could hear his fucking head hitting the table as well. Absolutely gold. He's just like, well, he's just like, I am fucked.
Ooh. Yep, this person's English. This person's a colonizer, I can see it through and through.
That is 100% colonization.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
And he really is just bending over backwards to make sure that she doesn't, like, fuck us over.
Yeah.
Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Is that true?
No, is that true?
That's no idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival by my troop.
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true?
No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I?
Yeah, your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Runosuke game moments. Sorry, Runosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Do you want me to take this one?
Sure.
Oh god. Are you kidding me? This too? She is an absolute colonizer. Excuse me?
Love it.
I don't know what voice I was going to give her, but that's not the voice.
That's perfect.
That's how you read whatever the fuck she's just said here.
It's so fucking funny.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Nani?
I guess, never mind. I guess she doesn't have a voice, really.
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in New Bay University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
So I guess she's speaking in English now and they're not.
That's That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Nor will you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Yeah, that's my headcanon. It's just like absurdly.
The most inbred English it can possibly be.
Yeah.
Because don't forget, as you go up, it becomes more and more inbred.
Oh god, dude.
You know this is fact. The royal family is one of the most inbred existences in the world.
Alright, I'll give you that.
100. It is a confirmed actual fact. The court thanks this beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Let's not even bother, like, doing words for this.
Fair enough.
It's just, yep, these words exist.
She says, yes.
That's it.
This could take some time.
Christ. So, even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese.
She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately.
Interesting. When you're the one in engineered... what? When you're the one who engineered her escape.
Oh, we don't get to see the picture, because I was thinking, like, I want to see the picture where, like, where it's got him and, you know, it's got Ryunosuke and the professor and, like, the woman. I wanted to see what that looked like, just so I could see how accurate this outfit is, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't played it? Ooh. See, that's a fair... But you could play
totally
it.
fair.
Yeah, it's totally fair. You could also, you know, first play by being around, but you don't have to. No obligation. It'll just be...
Or even just watch the VODs, it's up to you.
Yeah, that's true. At some point.
I'm gonna like watch a series of VODs of other people play this game as we like make progress, which will be fun.
Ah, okay.
But only like the stuff I've played, yeah, that we've played.
Understandable. Yeah, I've noticed that you've been streaming Ace Investigations too. I'm so sorry I can't come and watch because I'm usually at work and stuff when you're streaming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, friend.
It's alright.
But that said, I'm also really terrible at coming to watch streams even when they're like on at the time I can watch. But it's mostly been that you've actually been streaming while I've been at work. But anyway, time zones. It does that.
Times tend to zone.
I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
I know I said I wasn't going to do that, but it was still funny.
It's good, yeah.
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
I wish I could speak Japanese so that I could read her lines, like I could say essentially what's going to happen, but in Japanese, or just say some random garbage in Japanese.
Yeah.
Do you mean to say...
Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime.
Because she committed it, what?
The very moment when the accused, standing right there in the courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Her outfit is insane. Her outfit, it just makes me want to cry.
Yeah.
I actually want to set it on fire. I'm not joking. I just... Not necessarily while she's still wearing it. I just want to burn those clothes.
100% valid.
Did Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Ah. Oh, that's
you.
me again. Sorry. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. I'm just used to saying judge and then ignoring the line of dialogue. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Why does she have that mask thing there? We must see what's going on with her.
It's because her eyes are guns. That's how she killed him.
Always be a baby, don't ever be a gun. A frightening and sorrowful sight.
Oh god, why? The original Mask de Musc.
Oh my god.
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
She's the
An
zero.
unforgettable one. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only. Beef steak.
Hang on. Oh no, I can't open my internet browser right now, just in case. Can you quickly Google and link the page for Zeroth Dragons? Thank you very much.
Sure.
It's very important to me. Okay.
A beef steak.
A beef steak, a beef shank. You've
been card gamed.
Congratulations. Inum. That's what she's saying at the end there. Inum.
Inum.
After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Luminous, illusionary, insm of Beladmaha.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I could have been the culprit.
You've been Zeroth Dragoned. Congratulations. The world will be silent, possibly, maybe, as I make these references, because they're silently looking at me like, what the fuck are you on about? That's the real silence. It's none of the actual bullshit.
These words mean so much to everyone.
That's the point. That's the point, you fool.
Yes!
Condescending attitude. Hang on. What is it? This is condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you. You black-headed head guard. Blackguard. Look at this Snow White angel.
Like, damn, it's literally Dahlia Hawthorne 2.0.
Oh yeah.
This really is. Card Fight is a Japanese card game. Yes, that is the way in which it is like it is like Yu-Gi-Oh. The actual, it also has lots and lots of zeros at the end of the numbers. So that is the other way. I guess it's like Yu-Gi-Oh, but still. Otherwise, they are very different games, and I tend to prefer Vanguard over Yu-Gi-Oh, just based on its rules. Making my official card game stance publicly known.
Putting yourself on blast.
Putting myself on Baja Blast. What?
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 I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
And I have before played Vanguard Zero on stream, and I might do so again at some point. So there you go. Anyway.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that.
Corroded. That's a grody.
That's a lesson you need to learn.
Yeah, in fact it was, when was that? There's definitely a stream that I have done that I uploaded. I managed to save the VOD. I don't remember what it was though. We finished something and then you were playing Monkey Capture while I was playing Vanguard 0.
Monkey capture.
I don't remember what that game is called. You were just capture
Escape.
Ape Escape.
I mean, in Japanese, that literally is the title, so
Yeah.
close enough.
Monkey capture.
Sarugetsu.
Sumimasen.
Sarugetsu.
Saru Getchu. Ah.
So cute, I love it.
I love it.
Anyway.
But he's so annoying.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took the statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau.
I hate this hat so much. I need it to stop existing.
It's insane.
It's such
And the bow tie.
nonsense. Yeah.
And it was decided that Miss Brett was not enrolled, so I let her go.
The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless. However,
Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
That is a lie. The entire swan.
the entire thing.
The swan is most definitely a gun. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden the weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. These are the witnesses' own words on the matter.
Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it.
What is wrong with you?
You know
think
what
it's
he's
like
talking about.
You don't think about doing anything rash, Unisuke.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Like Duck Stroganoff.
She's smiling. She smiled.
She knows Japanese.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Well, of course she knows Japanese. She can understand us. Right? Probably. Oh no, because to be fair, what's his name is... It's translating to her first and then
Yeah.
still... Oh, yes, Your Excellency. We're gonna cross-examine.
We're gonna X.
We're gonna Dragonic Overlord the actually that's where that joke comes from, by the way. If you ever hear me the cross-examine, the X-examine, whatever. Cross-examination.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought it was in English until now for some reason.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm doing an English accent because it's fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but like the English accent is how they would speak in the actual voice acted parts.
True. I forget. Keep
Frightening
forgetting.
and sorrowful sight. Ah, so very specifically, it's not including her bits of testimony. Just, or at least like not the text that
Yeah.
she said.
That's nice.
They can use the scroll wheel, by the way. This is great.
Mm.
You know what time it is? It's save time. Number 1. And I can right click to go back as well. That's good.
So good. They got all the buttons.
I managed to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Why did the professor have a gun there?
Sure.
Yes! Yes! Like I said, I did not shoot that gun.
And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over.
I guess the assumption is that we've done repressed the other parts, but I'm just wanted to skip and see what I can figure out from this one.
Yeah.
I wanted to also just focus something about. I guess he's saying that to me. I wanted to figure out about the professor's gun statement. I just wanted to poke at that.
Yeah, that's valid.
But I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes. There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time, the highly suspicious lady in the stand.
Will do, you dirty rotten scoundrel.
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
Boy!
I fucking love when he does the slap and like nothing. He's like, huh? Didn't work.
Yeah.
Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as yours.
What nonsense.
The lady is merely stating what she saw.
Oh, she's smiling, I don't like it. This is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I'm guessing that she'll speak and we'll be able to understand her at some point, so I'll pick up her voice then, but I've got to figure out what her voice actually is until then.
Valid.
I guess you have to press everything, right?
It's time.
Press all. After 2 PM, in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right?
No. No.
Ugh.
Decisive English no has quite a sting to it.
Sorry, I just need to clip my fucking index finger because it's been really bothering me this entire time.
Valid. We just heard like a nice the cursive.
Yeah.
No.
You would think she was French or something. With all that
Maybe
cursive. Didn't to give her a French accent just for fun.
Yeah.
I'll be the de plume of this case, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'm just trying to... I'm so sorry. There we go, much better.
Lovely.
The 20 woman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems.
Like this?
So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together.
But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier.
That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late.
Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So, you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Everybody eats out from himself only. Okay.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? That was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotter Clinic, correct?
That's right.
You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Yeah, like Hottie Clinic, it's great. It's good shit.
Hee. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact?
Nom. Don't mind me.
It seems so, yes. She'd heard of that professor was to have had some dental treatment.
So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett?
That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left?
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled with such a tragic accident.
Just to point out that it was exactly how it was left, so that means the steak was already there. On that side of the table.
Yeah, that's the
That's the
I think
thing.
that's where we'll have to pitch.
Yeah.
Food.
Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
Earth. You gotta eat, gotta eat. Gotta eat, girl. Otherwise, what you're gonna do? You're gonna be
Say, the
fucking
victim,
hungry.
Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all?
Yeah, that's right. Other than some carbonated water.
Just water.
Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water.
Okay, see ya. Get the food. Eat the food. And then rate the food. Very important.
So it appears that the dinner is toasted lunch with a...
The diners, as in the two
Yeah.
people.
No, they are... No, you're wrong. That's it. That's my line.
With a glass of water each. Yeah, well, yeah, I cut you off midway, but yes, still. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. Except there is only one glass. That's the problem.
My God. What do you think, Rinosuke, about the witness's last statement?
That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us what this profound bearing. What's this?
I just realized there can't be Magatama in this game because who's the spirit medium? Unless we made a spirit medium.
Oh, I think we'll find out. I
Because-
think I know who it is based on the trailer.
I don't think it's the the daughter though. I don't think it's a.
But she like looks just like Maya.
Nah, she doesn't. She doesn't.
Just I'm just like basing it off the clothes, I guess.
Fair. Yeah, she's wearing Japanese clothes. Gee, I wonder why.
Gee, Luca, look at you go.
Alright.
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. And the price as well. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well, sidestepped, counsel.
Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly, she said.
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one.
Which one?
The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase.
I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Rinosuke.
Disappointed friend.
Yeah.
I ordered a beef stroganoff for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Please.
Cheers.
Yes! Yes! I became M. Bison for a second there. That's it!
Ooh, new animation. Cool.
Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. I kind of missed the animation because I was too busy shaking and having my eyes closed.
Oh.
Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
That is correct. The lady says.
Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Rinosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers.
You quite alright? You
Yeah.
demonic cheersing? Cheersing me on? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true... There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah.
Oh,
You're quite right, Council. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Oh. Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course. They would never do something so reckless.
But there should have been 2 glasses at the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1?
You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
We haven't translated anything to her. She's just speaking knowing what's being said.
Yeah, exactly.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying.
Good gracious. Sorry.
There. As I assured the court before, there's no consequence at all.
That's like parts of her outfit I like. Like, for example, the kind of tail part at the end of the back of the dress. Like, but
Yeah.
just with there's still just too much going on, and that's what makes me hate it. It's like a crime against good fashion
I
because
guess
there are parts of it that are good, but it's ruined by, well, the swan for starters. The fucking swan really just does a number on
The
that.
fucking bird, yeah.
For starters, the entire bird. Which is why I'm going to flip her 2 entire birds when we're done. Oh, please.
We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes.
An unforgettable luncheon.
I'm trying to not make that, yeah.
Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
I know. The fact that her steamed ham had moved all the way over to the other side of the table.
We're equal, cruel and twisted.
I assure you, I've been exposed to more than enough of those memes, not through my own volition. One of which was someone had made an entire Hotline Miami level, which is steamed hams.
Oh my god.
It's incredible.
There's like 2 rooms. How could you possibly put that in a Hotline Miami?
Google it. Google it.
Okay.
Steamed
later.
hams, but it's Hotline Miami. That's absurd!
No, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No, this can't be down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
Excuse me?
That is definitely a place to store a gun.
That's the place to store a gun if I've ever heard it.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, sir, constantly. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by a well-to-do woman in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing.
Are you watching steamed ham Hotline Miami? Is that why you...
No, I zoned out. Probably like
That's alright. Oh, that's all good.
No proper attempt at accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
What's wrong with my index finger today?
It's because it couldn't figure out a joke. I was gonna make a Warframe Index joke. Couldn't connect the dots.
Played index and then I went to go look at the finger. You know the one.
Got it. Nailed it.
There you go. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag.
The handbag.
Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes. Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlemen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
Well, that's better than being a white knight, bitch.
True. It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
It's a shame that there's no fingerprints of a bullet anymore.
Yeah. Maybe in England there will be.
Maybe.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes.
Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir. I did not.
As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. I love that we still get the pain like near
pose.
down. The pain pose.
Yeah.
The pain.gif.
I love it. From the first to the ghast.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, but though Gar 2 actually is the most recent game released because it was 2017.
Oh, true. So my joke stands.
So your joke does stand. I just hate it.
It holds water, like that glass on the right.
I thought we were gonna say like the glass in the handbag, but you know, make it even more relevant.
True. Yeah.
Order, order, order.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Archie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your boggling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask.
Returned for now. Welcome back. Do you think so, Kazuma? Is he doing okay? Jeez.
No, nothing unusual. Well, what a sort of situation. Really have no faith in the police.
Eee.
As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary.
That's bullshit. Unnecessary in what way?
I want to thank the student lawyer, really.
Yeah, he just bleeds out of his fucking mouth for some reason. We don't know why yet. Suddenly he coughs and there'll be blood.
Well, this girl is a chemist, so
Is it what?
is like can do shit with medicine,
That's true.
right?
Yeah, so he's probably been poisoned by her.
Yeah, that's my.
That's there, you know.
I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting.
Yeah, probably not beneficial. He's probably dying.
It's just lipstick. He like just drank it all. Thought it was food.
As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
And
What's with his arm?
No, don't look there. That's not important. Yeah, just look at the left side of the picture that I, for some reason, didn't focus the camera on.
Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside.
Correct. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the hyper fashion in London at the moment.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious.
Inside her sleeve, inside her swan, you know.
We're just picking up the clue.
Ah!
As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
I really just want to shoot her. It's like about her smugness with, again, this abomination that I just... Just a gun.
Can't stand you.
Wah! Oh, that was a good animation.
Ooh.
But also, oof. Hope he's okay.
Damn. Took a hit to the stomach.
Order! It's like, it feels like it was inspired by the anime, even though it had to have been the other way around, to be honest.
That'd be fun if that was a thing.
Well, because the anime came out... What year did the first season of the anime come out? Can you check?
Sure. I mean, maybe...
I assume it was more inspired by this than... Anyway. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once.
Certainly, Your Excellency.
Photograph of the handbag has been entered in the court record.
Around 2016.
2016. Yeah, the anime would have been inspired by this in that case.
Oh.
Rather than the other way around. If at all.
Yeah.
So they, like, blow each other away when pointing. I think that's a fun feature.
Blow you away.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed. There is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
He really do be slumped.
Ooh.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. In a worse situation than I was at the start. The wind has stopped blowing.
Oh.
We've lost. Despair. Sadness. Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Inosuke.
Hmm?
Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force this trial to continue.
What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weaker meat while the strong eat. Yummy yummy in my tummy.
Shut the
You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice.
But justice for all, my bitch.
Wrong. In fact, you can show it to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
Are you telling me that I'm the mitochondria?
Oh. God damn it.
The powerhouse of the cell. This can't be
Fucking
happening.
Single cell looking ass guy.
There was like a really serious video that Bean was watching the other day, I don't remember what it was, but it like brought up mitochondria, and it was like legit felt like a serious normal ass documentary. Except for after the person said mitochondria, you could briefly hear the powerhouse of the cell, like just in the background by the same person, and I'm like, excuse me, what the fuck?
No one can resist the temptation.
It's so good, I love it.
It's just human nature.
But as they continued talking, it was kind of like an almost not heard thing. It was beautiful.
Just like someone in the recording scene was just like, I have to say it.
It was like a YouTuber though. It wasn't like, that's the thing. It wasn't an official documentary, but it was like, it sounded like a really serious one until I heard that, and I'm like, but the rest of the content was very serious. So they're really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit. And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma.
What?
Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? I'm gonna open the court record and we're gonna examine that damn photo. Look at that. I can look at that.
Bull.
Did really just
What's
look
the
at bull?
meaning?
What is the meaning of this bull?
I don't know.
Wait, what is the meaning of this bull? I wonder if it's like this or something, but I don't know.
But I mean, there's like a black inside of the.
No! I found it. Sorry, I accidentally backed out of it instead of zooming in. I found where the bull came from.
Ooh, smart.
So how did that get there?
It got burnt on, I guess, because it would have been a hot plate.
That's the thing.
But what does that mean?
Yeah, but how did it get there? That's the question. That's the question.
Interesting. I think we should just see where this goes.
That's true. But I just wanted to get my shit together first.
That was a good catch.
I just want to make sure I can determine. No, I don't think there's anything else here except for the bullet wound. Really? Okay. Yeah. Is there really no chance of turning this trial around?
You had the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest.
Incorrect.
Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little...
He's got the little armbands already. I didn't realize.
Cute.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me... Wait, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke?
I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency demands that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is a blind stroke, Gretchen. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is the handbag of the gentlewoman was carrying on the in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it.
Only I could put my cursor on it.
Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. The entire city of Opportunity belonging to Handsome Jack is now yours. There you go. Enjoy it.
Classic.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect.
That meaty gavel.
It's actually not impacting his hand. There's like a gap.
No, his hand is just like enormous.
No, there's a gap. I am actually
His palm
sad.
is just huge.
I just wish I hadn't seen that, but like it needs to go in slightly more to be like a complete thing. Oh, it's so close! Guys, it was so close. Oh, all the animations are so... the other animations are so solid and perfect, and I'm just like, I want to love this, because it's amazing, but that noticing that detail has just cursed me.
Simply look
Do
at
I
the
make
thing.
myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
Cursor.
You ready? That didn't work. I tried to.
Oh.
Oh, I had to press R to present it. That's why. Yes. I was trying to mash spacebar super hard.
Oh.
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. She recognizes what we're saying.
Ah. Dear me. I was wondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Certainly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed that when he was performing the post-mortem examination, it was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it on his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea what the victim suffered. When this victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
That's where you're wrong, bitch.
Wrong.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. We've got a hook, line, and sinker.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and the other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Runosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure, but if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably links that burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it?
Food time.
Yummy.
I would, yes. Good, food is good.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case.
I love that animation.
It's good. It's a good breathe. Enjoy food. Food.
Sure.
You are welcome. It's the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn mark and this trial. This is the one, right? I'm going to examine to be absolutely certain. Yes.
That's the one.
Music stopped, we did it, I was right.
Yes.
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. I feel like I put too much of a emphasis so that he would not state, but it's okay. You see, it's perfectly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore.
What? How?
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Got him.
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate. Aha!
Your Excellency? Are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival.
No.
This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Yunosuke, you're genius.
You're spot on.
Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day or in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aoichi, the chances of that are extremely slim.
thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosanaya?
Can't imagine having made such a terrible disaster. Certainly.
Putt, bitch.
I would say, looking at the picture on the wheel, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure.
Can you be more specific, Inspector?
Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds.
It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then.
I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter at La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yeah, but he was there the whole time, idiot.
Yup.
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before.
That's right. The strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would without any question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yeah, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
What could it be?
I almost don't believe it. Inosuke, do you think?
Can it really be true? Never dreamt we'd arrived at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. I don't understand. I actually don't understand. I feel a bit dense right now. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... I don't know.
Was already dead?
Was already
I mean, what do you think?
Wait. Hey, Claudes.
Yo, hello.
Welcome. I don't know. I think already dead. Or Maiwa Moshinderu, as they say.
Yeah. As it said.
No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. Like, because him being asleep, he would have woken up and screamed, you know? Like,
Yeah.
that's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already.
Dead? Oh, she knows what's up. She can understand us.
Uh-oh.
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness.
Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency.
I'm gonna quickly explain for Claudio. Basically, this guy died. We thought it was a gunshot. We discovered... What?
What?
Also, how did it let you send that? Isn't that technically a link?
Yeah.
Did I didn't think I modded Claude's, but I might have. Okay. Okay.
Cool.
Anyway, we found that his hand was burned. Really? Oh. Okay, then yeah. I don't know how that worked. But the point is, it still shouldn't have let him because Twitch settings. But anyway.
They own Doc.com. That's funny.
Incredible. That's good though. Yeah, so the guy's arm was burned for like 3 whole seconds, and it would have been on, if I could just examine this, on this steak plate. And because nobody heard him scream, that means he was already dead when it happened.
He was puppied.
This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie Stud. But clearly, he has no grasp on the facts.
No, Proskodiachi, it's you who has no grasp on the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet?
They're sending messages to lots of people. Well, yeah, that doesn't help you see the things that I probably just showed you. Oof. Oh well.
Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we believe, then that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. She's mad.
Mad.
Bitch is mad. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Oh, I don't like this.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. Problem is, like, this is the kind of voice I want to use for the good character.
Yeah.
But, like, I can't think of a better voice for this character.
It's perfect.
I don't know.
It's just a shame. That,
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to read it.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the
Oh,
world.
shut up.
There you go. See, I figured out how to make it. You know, you can hear the prissy bitch in it now. It's good, delicious.
Love it.
As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh, absolutely, 100%. Gotta love all the xenophobia in this game. I mean, it's written by Japanese people, so it's, you know, they know exactly what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Cool. Really cool.
What an absolute fucking cunt.
Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
Epitome, you uncultured.
I think it works in this situation.
Yeah, true.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Oh yeah, absolutely, he is. If you're talking about ouchie, or the pain equivalent. What is happening? Just lots of things happening, don't mind me.
Oh, good.
My phone is a insane machine of vengeance right now. Vengeance upon my soul.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's face down now. I've deleted my phone. It's locked.
Good.
It's both locked and deleted at the same time.
So, we're finally going to hear her words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke. You can say.
Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke! Ah!
Hey, Ryunosuke, why you not give me the visa? Funny joke. I'm Italian, I can make it.
True. So canst I. I've got
So
a bit of
canst
Italy in me. It's great. Yum. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Yes, this is the Allegro, we're here.
I love it.
If there's some other way a man's life can be taken... What? Excuse me!
This is just the proper English.
This makes me so happy that she is the one with the grammatical mistake. I'm so... Like, no, I want to scream, but I also am so happy that it's on her. So it's... Oh. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Yeah, we'll take... Exactly, that's the thing I'm really glad about. She's really fucking bad at everything. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Freak.
Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Stop being such a xenophobic cunt. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Die.
Not at all. Not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
What? Amazing. She is a fricker. She's the fuck. Ad permitted term. She is such a fuck. Yeah. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Die. Amen. How about I send you to the grave? Cunt. Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now.
Huh?
I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Oh my god. Nerves of steel, Your Honor. Your Excellency. Yes, Your Excellency.
Nailed it.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Okay, everyone just let him do that, and it's like, damn.
It's cool as fuck.
Yeah. Man, if a man's willing to hit himself that hard in the face to get psyched, then yeah, sure, why not?
It's just time.
Yeah. We save him right now. I have absolute faith in our ability to absolutely annihilate her, but, you know, save anyway.
Oh, long-ass intro trial though. Holy moly.
It's as long as AA5. What are you on about?
It's been like 4 hours.
It has. What's your point? We've spent some of that time,
It's
easily half an hour of that time, fucking about.
True.
Fucking around and also finding out. Both of those things.
Speaking of which, just press the 4th one. Just do it.
The 4th one, huh?
Oh, do we have evidence that she is, that she can make potions?
Potions, sir. Battle cryers, strongest potions. Medding the
Oh, I thought maybe the 3rd one. The one where she's like, "There's no way you can kill someone without leaving a trace."
Oh yeah, no, I that's fair. Well, yeah, because yes and no, because the. Oh, that's why there's only one glass, because that's her glass. The other glass is poisoned.
Got it.
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Osanaga?
As I've said, always aim for flawless investigation.
There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Just looked that really nicely.
That's how English people do it.
Oh, no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takatsushi Yushi, will cut down any of you dare such aspersions.
Ouchie. Ouchie, he cut himself.
Lol.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace.
We need some evidence to back us up here.
With a knife. Well, now. Yes, evidence. Evidence!
Maybe we get evidence from a different press, or do we? Do we present her profile?
I can't actually. That's
Oh,
interesting.
you can't present people yet. Okay.
There's no E to go to people.
Maybe that's like in a separate trail that unlocks. But yeah, we probably just have to press things to unlock it somehow.
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open.
Oh,
You can't not have noticed, can you?
evil.
What? Ah! Haha, what fun. What a cunt I am. Haha! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady's absolutely right.
As your friend, you embarrassed me as well as yourself, Uniseke.
Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. Nice to meet you. It shows honourable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh god, racist cunt.
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
You simp.
Absolutely.
He agrees with me. Well, I can't. Anyway.
Good press.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although,
Although,
whether or not the prostitutes actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Maybe.
Hmm.
I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Hemorrhage, though. Do you really hemorrhage from ballistic trauma? I guess, maybe. Yes.
No.
Luckily for us all, a little bit on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as if there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been from the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, we wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen... True, but still. He must have already been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. That's true.
Alright, present the one after.
Press the
Yeah.
last one. Yes!
Yeah,
Inferior, what do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. The Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. What's happening? What is happening?
Coughing. My man's coughing.
What does this mean, though? What does this mean? What does this mean? Doesn't even occur to your naive detective to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? It's possible that what that means is that there's a new... My guess is that there's a new piece of testimony to look at.
Ooh.
A killer blow. The lady is formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. It's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that.
Still, think about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma.
What? Okay.
There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if I might present an opening, maybe. It might present an opening.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
If you think so, but...
But this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
Alright then. Oh, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find it soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on the last statement again. Okay, cool. That's an interesting mechanic.
Can we, like, focus? Is that a thing? Or is it just gonna do it for us?
Yes!
Inferior, what do you mean by that? British Empire, places down. If you answer that's the end of it, isn't that so?
Quite right.
Salvation means that even if the investigation takes a different direction...
Wait.
Let us investigate this man.
Yes, there it is again. Detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. With this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, When they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
Cool. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought.
Sorry, pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Ryusuke. It's all to do with the witness marker.
What marker?
At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current
We
statement.
get to see this now. Okay, there we go.
Cool. By moving the marker left and right with AD, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand.
Excellent. This was
While you're
a,
looking at.
oh, sorry, I was gonna say
Yeah.
this is a mechanic introduced in Layton, Monica. By the way, this was done in the Layton
Oh,
versus Ace Attorney.
cool.
So this is where that's from, like down to the marker as well. Like I saw that because I saw it was a video about how, like I said, a video about how Layton affected Ace Attorney, and because of making Layton, Shu Takumi was actually able to, because he genuinely feels that if he hadn't made Layton, that Ace Attorney would have remained exactly the same. Like the
Yeah,
mechanics would have been
agree.
as, because he didn't. That's like the mechanics were so cut down in the original trilogy and even the fourth game to some extent because he didn't really want to add more things. So by being forced to work with another company and 6 other writers, he was forced to add new mechanics, work with new mechanics and stuff. And he was like, actually, some of these are really interesting. Let's try that in the future. And that's why we have
That's so
group
cool.
testimonies and when we go to Britain, a fucking jury like we were supposed to have in Ace Attorney 5. We
Yes.
actually get to talk to a goddamn jury, and in fact, it looks like we get to press and confront the jurors about stuff as well, as well as the people. It's very cool. I'm very excited to see that. I'm so fucking hyped. But we have to get past this case first in order for the jury to show up.
Absolutely.
But this part is fucking sick. I'm so hyped. I'm so actually genuinely hyped for this game. There is a reason people say that this is the best entry in the entire franchise. There is a reason.
Can't wait.
We're able to pursue them with
While you're
space.
looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space.
Nice. Space Attorney all over again.
It's bad. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around.
Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with AD and focus on the detective. Pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here I go.
AD,
I'm pressing it. Here we go.
you're pressing space to pursue. You're doing it. Are you doing it? Excuse me. What the? What's the meaning of it? Didn't expect that.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He was lost in his thoughts, deeply. That's very fucking cool, honestly.
It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say?
If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this?
Then he just grabs the sweat from his
Yes.
face.
Rips it off.
Yeah.
Is the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment? You can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not.
Even he didn't know.
The detective's in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
The slap. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga,
Oh, yes.
do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak.
The pursuit music is good.
It's very fucking good.
The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hasanaka, always try to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless.
What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. Whatever evidence lacking on my watch. Not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
A crime scene thief?
Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there.
Take this, for example.
Ooh. Is that...
This was the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, I lost all of it's lost all its fizz, having been open in 3 days now. But it was carbonated water. They don't care what anyone says.
Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it.
One day, a police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it.
Nice. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Kind of water, I see. We've made progress. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Hey, do you mind taking a little sip from that? You wouldn't mind, would you?
She really is Dahlia Hawthorne too. Dahlia Hawthorne, tutorial boogaloo. Forget fucked. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. I am going to check the court record. You're going to look at this bottle.
Good idea. I was gonna I would have presented straight away, but that's smarter.
Well, you need to usually check. Hang on, I gotta just...
Gotta wasd.
Oh, I gotta do it this way.
Gotta pour the water out.
The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma?
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking.
Then go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know.
Is there anything there on the back? Nope.
I don't know.
So I guess investigate.
Wait, hang on. I can investigate from this side? This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had.
It looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Though it's just plain water now.
You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched.
No, don't do
I should
it.
have a sip of this to keep me going.
No, Rinosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Rinosuke. In more ways than one.
I wonder, could there be anything in this water?
No. What's the matter? Gone quiet all of a sudden.
And I'm using the spacebar again, but it's because I'm currently set to keyboard mode.
Oh,
Sorry.
does it force you?
It's like I think I can switch back to mouse, but it just like my hands are on WASD and the arrows just to be like speed mode.
Go for it.
I think I might have worked something out. An interesting possibility.
Alright, I think you just gotta do a raw present. Just go for it.
Can I? No. I think that's it. I think that's all I can do.
Mm-hmm.
Is that and then the inside. G, save. We're doing this. I think this must be it though, surely.
This is it. For sure.
This has got to be it. Like, if it's not, I don't know what I'm gonna fucking do if it's not.
I quit my job. I quit Race attorney.
No, I didn't click press by accident.
Oops.
That might actually be the right call though. Let's just in case. You never know.
Okay.
Without leaving a trace. So shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height. Slave taken, avoid subtle signs.
Why not, dear lady? If I believe it's examined on the command, no doubt. He's not right.
I can still look around, which is nice. Let's go trace the world that caused death, that's true, but maybe there's another way if there doesn't live in Mark. If you doubt me, young man. Tell me exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, falls flat, doesn't it? Yeah.
Oh no, first of all, question. Oh my god.
There's no trace. Evidence, yes, evidence.
Present that
Evidence.
motherfucker.
Are you ready?
Get this lady.
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Gah, poison! As Miles Edgeworth's voice actor has said once. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Pogson. Could it be that there was poison inside? Son of Pog.
Treasure those
Could
words.
it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Jazale Brett, it was you.
This is outrageous! To just suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed in on a court of friendship with the British Empire? Have you vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize this entire treaty?
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. You're here to determine the truth.
Get fucked, my dude. Ahem, if I may...
I will silence you forever for this disgraceful act.
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
Snap.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course.
You did?
Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
That's okay. No, don't worry. I love the.
I'm enjoying it.
extra
Yeah, don't
cursing.
worry.
No, it is. This is what I'm. This is actually part. This is what I'm here for in terms of streaming. This is the shit. You tats, Claudes, all y'all just saying shit as we play. This is what it's about for me.
I love the Hosonaga reverse heel turn.
Yeah.
Hero among us.
He does strive for a flawless investigation. I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
So wait, reverse heel turn, you mean a face turn, right? No,
Is that what?
I was specifically avoiding. No, that's what it's called. Yes, and it is actually called a face turn, by the way. But yeah, I was specifically trying to avoid the amogusness.
There's no way to avoid it. You must accept you're it.
Anyway, did you read that one? Sorry.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. And what did you find, Inspector?
I will test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What? Are you sure?
The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No, no! Yeah, in the bottle, though. Have you considered the glass? I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I'm so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconveniences caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad this matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? We're trying. We're real trying.
I'm sorry, Yusuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. How did we not... Who? She saves the day. Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, as judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. I'm excited. She did this. She's...
This thing. There's more?
You're joking. Do we keep going? At this time of night?
I'm gonna go to bed.
Localized
sorry,
entirely within your kitchen?
I got work tomorrow, I'm sorry.
No, who cares? Lamau.
And also, everyone's asleep. And also, I have a huge headache. So
Okay.
it's like,
If it's all together, sure.
yes.
Hey, let's say it means I can practice my Susato Mikotoba voice.
True. Wait.
It already played, by the way. I didn't get an option to leave.
Oh, I thought this was a separate day. Still the 22nd.
I have to press G. Hang on. Oh, look at her. Absolutely ready to stonk. Please. Wait, exiting game. That's it. Make the title.
Have you saved?
I mean, I did. Remember, I saved.
Okay.
I don't want to save the like. Yes, I'm sure. Thank you, game. I saved recently, then I wasn't able to leave immediately afterwards. Ooh, special contents.
Special contents.
Maybe we can change the outfits and shit, right? Taylor. I want to keep this like.
It's like already spoilers.
What? No, I've already seen this. This was in the trailer, remember? But anyway, I'm gonna until only available for use in the Great Ace Attorney 2. Interesting.
Oh.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll actually the fact that he has an outfit means he's in GAA 2, which I actually didn't think he was, so we'll take that. I actually want to use these when we get up to that. So just anyway.
Yeah.
Because to be honest, some of these outfits look actually pog as hell. They don't feel like spoilers, by the way, the outfits themselves. Look at that shit. Look at how good he looks.
Ooh, steampunk looking motherfucker.
I love that. It's great. It's a very different look, but it's also still very steampunk. I haven't seen this one though. This one, the trailer did not show me this.
And swimsuit costume. Close enough.
What a guy! What an absolute.
Damn, is he showing chest there?
Yo, he do be showing that chest.
Putting my hair behind my ear. Ooh, damn.
What a guy. She's so pretty though. Oh my god. Just as a character, I do like her default outfit though, and oh my god, she does have amazing shoes though.
Damn, for those boots though.
Yeah, the old dress is very pretty. It is very good, and I do really like his old outfit as well. That is legitimately pog as hell. Holy shit.
Yeah.
We take
good costumes. Good ass.
I've just realized that not only does he get the armor, he gets a sword, and
yeah. So with the top.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. I think I've just figured out a spoiler for myself. I'm not about that.
I'm not gonna process that.
Exactly. It's too late. Accolades. Presented evidence during the first
This section is
cross-examination.
dangerous. We're stopping here.
I don't. Will it say anything? We need to get this one. This one we need to obtain. This is the best medal I have ever fucking seen, and I need it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, definitely. Stop looking at these.
I'm only looking at the ones I've achieved.
Okay.
I specifically, I wasn't sure if there was like multiple pages. Then escapades is like extra little things that happened. Yeah. Anyway, this is good. Oh,
I'm loving it.
gallery. Portraits.
You're risking it all.
I just want. Yeah, I have to change the character specifically. What a boy! What an absolute lad! I love him. Yeah. I love that instead of animations, it's called moving pictures. That's fucking top. All right, we need to end this game. We need to end this game now for tonight, so you can go to bed and we can keep playing tomorrow? Question mark.
Sure. If you're free.
Hey, I mean, yeah. What day is it? What day is it tomorrow?
I can do it.
Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday's coming. Did you bring your coat?
I'm kind of shoes.
I live in a giant bucket.
You do?
Anyway, no, I just did you not grab my rejected reference? My god, my guy. I can't believe you did this to me. Under the sea? Nah, that's a pineapple, you fool. But we're coming back. I say tomorrow, but it's more like later today because it's already Tuesday. It's already here. Tuesday's here.
That's true.
So we will be back on later, and we'll keep playing this game because it's really good. And then on Wednesday we can possibly play something else, just to like, you know, maybe you'll get Cursed Halo working again because whatever's going on with that, no idea. But we wanna do more of that because that shit is fun. The hella bonk is fun. But yeah, we'll be back next time. Thanks for stopping by, all y'all that did. You know, Monica, Claudio, and Tats when you were here earlier. That was good shit.
Squad.
And yeah, we'll see you guys next time.
Bye.
Bye.